Ooh, that was well timed. What's up, everybody? Hello, hello. I was about to say welcome to the Monday stream, but I forgot it's not Monday. I forgot we skipped Monday's stream because my weekend was kind of busy, but welcome to the Tuesday stream, everybody. Zeno, I thank you for your support. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. All right, I see we're spamming assembly today. That's fine. Toxic Rain, thank you for the 16. All right. We have a lot of stuff to do today. A little bit of everything is the good news. We're going to do a little bit of looking at new cards for the TCG, looking at new cards for Master Duel, looking at playing some Master Duel new season, and also looking at what's going on in the TCG at the moment. So I'm hoping today is a little bit for everyone. I think it's going to be fun. Floru, thank you for the 18 months, and Nan the Can, thank you for the first time sub. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. All right, let us start by warming up so we can get into the stuff. Giant card still on the floor, Satch. Actually, not on the floor. It is on a chair, but yes, it's not on the wall yet. It will be at some point. Blue Eyes White Dragon is confirmed in Master Duel. At least I hope. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a problem. But I'm pretty sure it's been announced in the game. So, yeah. Are the new Blue Eyes cards enough to defeat Reshiv of Destruction? Look. I have actually been I've been playing some sacred cards in my free time over the last couple of days. I've been having some fun with it. I can definitely see where people are coming from when they say the sacred cards is too easy, which is fair. I kind of understand why they had the urge to make it harder. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll at some point I'll give Reshev another shot. But I've been having fun with the sacred cards at the moment, even though yes, it is not super challenging. Do you like the new Temples of the King cards? We're gonna look at those in a second. That is the first thing we're gonna do after the warm-up. The new Odeon cards for Mesa the Master. That is gonna happen in a bit. I have only seen that they have been revealed yesterday. We're gonna talk about Mesa the Master, but I haven't read all of them in detail yet. So we're gonna do that together. Kari, thank you for the 8 months. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Oh, I've seen this guy. Rival Rebounder? No, it is a UA though. Is that Locker Room? It is Locker Room. Infernoid. Tierra? Yeah. V, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Cyber Prima. Insector Hopper. Heretic Deal of Banishment. No, wait, what? Oh, Ashes. Yeah, my bad. Not this guy again. I feel like it's the same one. Master Archfiend. Archfiend Master. Nope, not a thing. Master King. They ran out of ways to make it sound cooler. They were like, is he the master archfiend? Is he the king archfiend? No, he's the master king. We need more. I think that is a sub-tier. Stigo Kraken. What is that? Marincess? Ice Barrier? Probably Marincess, right? Marincess. Basilalima. Okay. Magician's Salvation, maybe? No, Magician's Navigation? Magician Navigation. Wind Up Zenmeister? Yeah. Is it Magical Hound? I thought it was mechanical. Oh, it is mechanical. Okay. Oh, it just wasn't dog. I tried writing dog. It was hound. Yeah. That was my problem. Another hieratic seal, I think. Is this banishment? No, it's not. Reflection. Reflection. George is thinking for the 20 month. Appreciate that. Fishborg. That is just OG Fishborg Blaster, I think. Yeah. I miss Fishborg Blaster sometimes. That's Canahawk. But then other times I remember how broken Fishborg Blaster was, and then I don't miss it. Rather, I miss Treeborn Frog plus Fishborg Blaster make Formula Synchron. That's what I miss. Bring me back to that. Every other use of Fishborg Blaster, not so much, but that one, I miss. Stevie, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Good night. Guy Magician, is that a Performapal? Okay. Big Shield Gardener. Fan of Sky Blaster. Worm. Victory? Victory. This feels old. This feels familiar, though. Is that an Aquamador? No. Oh, it's an Ice Barrier. I'm not... Okay, you know what? My first instinct when I know it's an Ice Barrier should be skip, because there's too many. It should not be try and find the Ice Barrier. That's stupid. Crossroads? No. Lilith? DD Lilith. Okay. Tour guide. Secret Blast. Wait, no? Attention? Really? Alright, if you say so. That is, I think, Lady Heat. No. Oh, I've seen this. United Resistance. Yeah. The spirit. Fushi no Tori, that one. That looks like a starry night, if I'm not mistaken. However, there's unfortunately multiple, and I have no idea. CL or skip? All right, CL or skip? Skip. Has anyone ever played Starry Nights? It's like one of those archetypes that I don't think I've ever seen someone play it. I've seen this for sure, but I don't know what it's called. Megasonic Eye. Okay, we're on a bad streak of cards that I've never seen before. Timaeus, the Knight of Destiny. Oh. Know that one. That is Glass Bell. No. Ice Bell. The small thingy, right? Wind Witch. Blizzard Bell. Oh, it's not the level 1 tuner. Oh, okay. I thought it was a level 1 tuner. Venom. Starving Venom something. Venomy? No. Venomy? Lethal Dose Dragon. No. Red Up Power? Fusion Dragon. Oh, come on, dude. They're just making these up, right? Those are not... That's not real. Metaphys or Light Ray, I think. No, Frost and Flame. I've seen this. What is this? Oh, Draco Berserker. Gaga Mancer. That is Draco Slayer. Masterpiece, like small masterpiece, essentially. Is it even smaller? I don't know. That's a Witchcrafter, I think. Idle. This Ib or Lib? crowned by the World Chalice. Oh, okay. Getting Boral. I mean, it's definitely Boral. Protocols. Execute protocols. Okay, how do you know that? Divine Wind of Mist Valley. Yeah. I don't know what that card's called. White Veil. Right. I do not know a lot of these cards. Amazement Assistant Delia. Not White Mirror. It's not White Hole, is it? No, Mirror Gate is what it's called. Yeah. Fright. No, is that a Fright Fur? That is a Fright Fur. Fright Fur Sheep. Okay, we can somehow save it to 700. Gearfried. The Iron Knight. All right, we have somehow. This does not even feel like a 700 kind of round. I think this is hip. Yeah. And got a lot of fire going on here. Brandon in white. Yeah. And oh, Landrobe. Ah, you know what? It's okay. 765. There was a lot of cards in there I just hadn't seen. It's not that bad. I can live with it. I know you're gonna call me washed. That's okay. But that round was not easy. There was a lot of cards in there that I've just genuinely not, that I don't remember seeing ever. Copium, not that bad indeed. Okay. Look at this one. Which is your favorite Malice monster? My favorite Malice monster is Chessie Cat, because it sees the least amount of play. What are we looking for? Level 4 warrior, low attack, high defense. Not an effect monster. It's a Clayman angle, right? Yeah, obviously. An elemental hero with a clay body built to last. He'll preserve his elemental hero colleagues at any cost. Easy clap. All right. With a warm up that quick, we can surely get a little world record at higher or lower. The first one I already don't know. When did they release UAs? Wait, when is UAs? 2019 is UA before 2019? I already don't know. The first one. Is it earlier? 2015? These things been out since 2015? And when the hell did Mechlord Emperor Weisel Synchro Absorption came out? Oh my god. Okay, that does not count in the slightest. What the hell with these cards? Hey, the clicking works this time around. That's nice. Ooh. Alien Overlord. Oh, that's not easy. Alien Overlord is probably... This might even be the same year. What set is Alien Overlord? Maybe it's not the same year. Crimson Crisis? Crimson Crisis... Crimson Crisis is Red Dragon Archfiend, right? And Red Dragon Archfiend was definitely out at the beginning of 2009. Yeah. That's like recent support. Raigeki Bottle is old. Abyss Pike is 2012. Prohibit Snake is like Link stuff. Oh, okay. So Mythical Beasts were out before 2019, but was Mythical Bestiamorph initial? It does not. I don't remember this card, but it might be part of the first wave. It is part of the first wave. Okay, good. Sword Souls is after. Photon Chargeman. I've never seen you before. Okay. That's later. That's older. That's Xyz era. That's later for sure. Utopic Onomatopoeia. That strikes me as a recent card. Dude, that's 6 years ago. That's 2017. That's way older. Thunder Discharge. Cash. What the hell is a Kashtira Extra? Eh? I mean, it's got to be later because it's Kashtira, but what the hell is a Kashtira Extra? Solo is old. Escape of the Unchained. When did Unchained first come out? I mean, it's a Link deck, so it's got to be later. So. That's way old. Oh, this is the first one that I genuinely have no idea because I've never seen it. Oh, that was close. Okay. I just picked older because there was a much larger gap there, but okay, World Reassembly. These are so mean. They're so close to each other. Acrobatic Magician. 2016. Chaos Goddess is... Wait, what? Oh! Which one was I thinking of? I was thinking of... Not Chaos Angel. There's another synchro. Chaos Archfiend is the one I was thinking of. Ah, okay. Well, no, I was thinking of Chaos Archfiend. I thought that was that one. Ah, okay. That's fine. All right. Warmup, more or less successful. Leaning towards less successful, except for the Clayman incident. Let's begin with the things we're doing today. Today we're doing a little bit of everything. Like I said earlier already, we're going to do a little bit of TCG, a little bit of Master Duel, a little bit of new cards for both games. And I think it's going to be fun. We're going to be playing some new season ranked. We're also going to take a look at some of the results over the course of the weekend for the TCG because there were 2 YCSs. There was a 3v3 YCS and there was YCS Sydney. Both of which were unfortunately not streamed, but we do have some results that we can take a look at later. So we get some TCG action in there as well, alongside the thing we're going to start with, which is Maze of Millennia has been basically fully revealed because there's been influencer openings. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a quick look at the new Odeon cards, which of course is a TCG exclusive archetype. So world premiere, not an import or anything like that. These are completely new for us. And it is essentially, the only thing we knew about this was that it's going to be like an archetype based around Odeon, which gives me the idea that it's going to somehow relate to, you know, Temple of the Kings, trap, monster stuff, you know, which has gotten some support already. So let's take a look and see if there's something here. All right, we have got the Man with the Mark, which is going to be a secret rare in Maze of the Millennia, which... this has nothing to do with this archetype, but like, did we have secret rares in the Maze sets? Was that a thing? They did change the structure, right? I'm just now remembering. I think I read something about this already. I think they changed the structure for this. This is new. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait and see how rare a secret rare in this set actually is. I don't know if the pull rates are already like out there, but the Man with the Mark, level 4 Earth spellcaster, 1000 attack, 1000 defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can take a Temple of the Kings or one spell trap that mentions it from your deck and either add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. You can only use this effect of the Man with the Mark once per turn. While you control Temple of the Kings, this card and Apophis monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Temple of the Kings you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. All right, I need a very quick refresh. Temple of the Kings was just a continuous card where the main effect on it is that you can activate a trap immediately, right? Let me see. Let me just quickly, just for context, before I miss anything. You can activate a trap card the turn it was set. You can send a Mystical Beast of Circuit in your monster zone and this card to the graveyard. Special summon one monster from your hand or deck, or one fusion monster from your extra deck. You can only use each effect of Temple of the Kings once per turn. Okay, so technically, if this new archetype gives you a way to summon Mystical Beast of Circuit, that is a powerful tutoring effect. I don't know if they're going to make that viable, though. I don't know if they're going to make that a thing, because then, that's very, very broken, potentially, right? Like, you would just be summoning, like, Naturia Exteria or something like that. What's the reason? Like, Mystical Beast of Circuit, does that have, like, some crazy summoning conditions or anything like that? Also, before... like, is there any other cards that are related to Temple of the Kings yet? Is that the first time they're making Temple of the Kings an archetype? It's just a tribute monster that says, if you do not control Temple of the Kings, destroy this card. Okay, banish any monster destroyed by battle with it. If this card destroys a monster by battle, against 500. Okay, so this card is obviously very, very bad in modern standards. But the Temple of the Kings... I assume the preferred way of playing this is just for the first effect, even though that is the less flashy one, the less fancy one, but okay. This card, depending on, I would say it needs other good targets. It says a spell trap that mentions Temple of the Kings. I don't know what else there is, but we'll see. But for that, you know, normal or special summon it, get a search is fine in terms of modern Yu-Gi-Oh card standards. Merciless Scorpion of Circuit. Okay, so we get a retrain for the thing. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must first be special summoned from your hand by banishing a level 10 or higher monster from your hand or deck while you control Temple of the Kings. Okay. Database duelists. Is there any crazy thing you can banish that has a good effect? Like any level, banish a level 10 from your deck? What can we do? Is there anything that's actually good, or are we just... okay, nothing crazy, apparently. Banish Ra because of anime? No, I mean, I understand what they want you to do with this, but I'm trying to see if there's something we can do with it that's actually good. Well, okay. Maybe it's good on the field. You can only special summon Merciless Scorpion once per turn this way. Once per turn, during your main phase, you can add a Temple of the Kings or a spell that mentions it from your deck to your hand. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can destroy that monster. If you do, this card gains attack equal to half the destroyed monster's original attack. Okay, so that is obviously not bad. It is a 2500 level 6 free special summon, free quote unquote. that adds a card from the deck to the hand. That is a good effect. The problem I have with this is that it requires you to have access to Temple of the Kings, which I don't know if that's something that the deck wants to 100% rely on, or whether, like, I mean, that basically makes this card useless if you don't draw it with anything else, right? How is it a fairy? Well, because this one was a fairy. They just retrained the old one, and that was a fairy. Whoever made that decision in Structure Deck Merrick in 2010, this card was probably even out way before that in the OCG, so like that decision has been made years ago. Okay. Anubis, the Last Judge, level 10 Earth Fiend, 3000 attack, cannot be normal summoned or set, must first be special summoned from your hand or graveyard while you have 3 or more cards in your graveyard with different names that are Temple of the Kings and or traps by placing 2 of them on the bottom of the deck in any order. You can send this card from your hand to the graveyard, add 1, the man with the mark, from your deck to your hand. If a spell trap you control is destroyed by card effects, you can target 1 card your opponent controls, destroy it. You can only use each effect once per turn. That's neat. You know, this card basically, I'm struggling to find a great comparison to it, but it's pretty neat that you discard it for consistency, right? It's just another searcher for your main normal summon, it seems like. Yeah, like Bestial Lubellion. Bestial Lubellion is a cool comparison because it searches a card you want in your hand anyways, and then because it puts itself into the graveyard, you can get the other benefits later, right? Like it'll come back from the graveyard by putting back traps, recycling traps, and you just get essentially later on a free 3000 beater, which is pretty neat. Pretty neat. And it has some recycling attached to it, if in case that's a big deal for the deck. If you have a bunch of trap cards that you would like to have back in your deck, then you can do that with this card as well. So like this is a neat concept. And it also, this is another thing, it's a level 10 monster that is just naturally going to be in your deck. So if you end up playing this Scorpion card, you don't have to worry about having a target for it. You don't need to play a brick that you can banish for the Merciless Scorpion, because this is likely in your deck anyways, right? So that's neat. How do you actually summon this? Is it just 2 traps you put back, or do you need 3? So you have to have 3 cards in your graveyard in order to be able to summon it, but the condition to summon it is just to put 2 of them back. So you have to have at least 3, but then you put 2 of them back. Oh, they made it a fusion deck. What is it? Well, okay, what is it with TCG exclusive archetypes and just using some of these super valuable slots for fusion monsters? Okay, well, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it before I lose my mind. Okay, Divine Serpent Apophis, level 6 Earth Reptile fusion effect monster. They love fusions, dude. Materials: 2 monsters that mention Temple of the King. Must be either fusion summoned or special summoned by tributing 2 Apophis monsters. Okay, that's neat. You don't actually have to fusion summon it. It's like a Necrocrypt Princess, but you need 2 bodies, and they need to be Apophis monsters, which I believe is the like Odeon, the reptile trap monster. So like if you can get multiple of those out, you can summon this for I mean free. It's not free. You send 2 bodies away for it. Once per turn, you can target up to 3 Apophis traps with different names in your graveyard. Set them. Oh, okay. That's a payoff. To be fair, that is a payoff. That does make it free. That actually does make it free. Now I've changed my mind. It actually is free. Once per turn, if a trap card is activated, except during the damage step, you can target a card your opponent controls, destroy it. Okay, this card is cool. This card is cool because it does not turn like the entire deck into a fusion-based deck or something like that. It's just like, if you get control over the game with your trap monster deck and you can summon 2 of the Apophis trap monsters, then it's a very good snowball card. This is basically the kind of card that, this is a reward for playing the trap deck, because once you can establish a little bit of a board presence in your trap deck, then you can really pop off, you know? I don't know how realistic it is to summon this on turn 1, because the Temple of the Kings obviously has some, you know, ways to do that, but like I don't know if that's ever going to be a thing. This to me seems more like a card that you try to get to on like follow-up turns to seal the deal, you know? Like yeah. There's more fusion monsters. There's more fusion monsters. Divine Scorpion Beast of Circuit. Level 6 Earth Fairy. Materials, a Circuit monster and a monster with 25 or less attack. If this card is special, they're at the start of the damage step. If this card battles an opponent's monster, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls or in their graveyard, banish it. And if you do, this card gains an attack equal to half the banished monster's original attack. You can only use this effect once per turn. It can make a second attack during each battle phase while a level 10 or higher monster is banished. So where's the alternative? Where's the alternative summoning conditions on a monster that only has an effect in the battle phase? Fenrir kinda? What do you mean Fenrir kinda? Keep reading. Okay, maybe like this is I'm not a fan of this, even though like there's probably going to be a fusion spell here now that I've read this one, because this one does not have an alternate summoning condition. I don't like this because I feel like this should have leaned more into direction of like this. Basically, what I'm trying to get at is I wanted this deck to be like actually based around the trap cards and actually based around how can we make a deck like that work, because we have a lot of continuous trap monster support recently, and this feels like the completely wrong direction for a deck that is trying to focus around, like, I don't know, Temple of the Kings, Apple Fist trap monsters and other trap monsters and stuff like that. And this is like, okay, now I'm trying to be a fusion deck with a monster that only has an effect when it battles. And it's not even, this is the thing, this is not even that good. Like, even if the fusion spell is branded fusion, which is pretty much the best case scenario for a fusion spell, this is not even that powerful. Like, the trap deck definitely wants to go first. So even if you open the branded fusion or whatever, it's not even that good. If this card is special summoned, okay. It also works on, but not when you're going first, right? It only works going second, because it's only on summon when there is an actual valuable target for it, or when it attacks. Luckily, the fusion is completely optional because it's an alternate path of playing. Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that if the card is not good, I don't have to put it into the deck, but it does take away slots from cards that could have been good. That's my problem. And that's my problem often when they make mediocre fusions like this for TCG exclusive archetypes. It's not that I'm not forced to play that card, I understand, but like it could have been a different card. Okay. Treasures of the Kings. Let me read all of them first before I jump to conclusions. You know. I can't wait for the Mitsurugi fusions. Yeah. Field spell card. When this card is activated, you can set an Apophis trap from your deck. This card's name becomes Temple of the Kings while in the field zone. Once per turn, if you have 2 or more set cards on your field or a trap in your grave, you can add a monster that mentions Temple of the Kings from your deck to your hand. You can only activate 1 Treasures of the Kings per turn. Well, so what you're telling me is that this card just... This is a field spell that adds 2 cards? So like on activation, I get an Apophis trap, and then every single turn, as long as I have set cards or a trap in the grave, I add a monster? Now that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. That's the kind of stuff that would allow a trap deck that is naturally slower to just play defensive over a couple of turns and try and just overwhelm the opponent with card advantage. That's the kind of card I'm looking for. You know, that card is very, very good. That card is very good if but that's the thing. That is the thing with good searchers and good like field spells and stuff like that. They are only as good as the support surrounding it, as the cards surrounding it, which is like, I mean, you missed the part when you said add one of those cards is an Apophis, but there's good Apophis cards. That's the thing. Some of them are actually decent. If in a world where that concept is a working deck, they're not all terrible. There's like, hold up, there's this one which is not that bad. There is one that just negates your opponent's stuff. This one. During the main phase, special summon this card as a normal monster. Then you can negate the effects of face-up cards your opponent controls up to the number of other continuous traps you control until the end of this turn. Like, that just summons itself as a 2000 attack, 2200 defense monster that can even negate like spell cards. Like, this is a pretty good card. So like, you're getting that for free if you're playing a deck that's centered around trap monsters. Getting this card for free is very good. And getting this card for free on a getting this card for free from another card that searches even more cards is pretty good. To be fair, if that's the only good target, you are out of targets quickly. Well, they did make one that puts them back to the deck, right? This thing can come out from the graveyard every turn, putting 2 of them, like, you will not run out. So, like, that's the sort of thing I would like them to lean into with this sort of concept. And that's why, like, in a world where you're playing around with cards like this one, you are not trying to ever summon a fusion monster. You know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of thing where you're trying to make a deck do too many things. But once again, this card is crazy good. But the problem is that what I'm seeing here, the only good quality cards so far are the ones that search other cards. Like, this is a good searcher. This searches the good searcher. This is a very broken field spell because it searches 2 cards. The problem is, all this searching, all these searchers being high quality doesn't matter if the cards you're searching are not good. If this is like the only good trap monster for this entire deck, then, like, you know, Defense of the Temple. There you go. That's the fusion spell. Defense of the Temple, normal spell card. Fusion summon an Earth fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. If you use a monster you control that mentions Temple of the Kings, you can also use face-up monsters your opponent controls as material. If you control Temple of the Kings, you can banish this card from your graveyard, add 1 Dangers of the Divine from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Defense of the Temple once per turn. See, that's what I mean. Super Poly? That's not Super Poly! You guys are crazy calling that card Super Poly. This card is so much worse than Super Poly because you have to use one of your own monsters. This card, essentially what this card reads is you have to summon a circuit monster first. Okay, step 1, and even in order to use this card, you need to have a circuit monster. Okay, because this monster requires, I guess there's other Earth fusion monsters maybe, but like for the sense of this deck, you know, if you want to summon this dude, you gotta have the circuit monster on your field. Not even in your hand, on your field. Because it says if you use a monster you control that mentions Temple of the Kings. So you have to like summon the circuit and then activate the spell in order to fuse 1 monster from your opponent. With 2500 or less attack. On a normal spell card. Unfortunately, I'll have to let you know that this card is not good. This is not good. This is not happening. I don't know what how good the second effect is. Maybe like this is, I can see down here, it's the next card. But this card is not good. And this card is also, most importantly, not freaking Super Poly. Dangers of the Divine. Pay half your life points, then tribute 1 monster. Special summon 1 the Winged Dragon of Ra. Okay, next card. Cool. Verdict of Anubis. Counter trap card. When your opponent activates a spell trap card while you control three or more other spell traps, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Then if you control Temple of the Kings, you can destroy as many monsters your opponent controls as possible, then inflict damage to your opponent equal to half the total attack of those destroyed monsters. You can only activate one verdict of annuities per turn. Wait, that's good. When your opponent activates a spell trap while you control 3 or more other spell traps, negate the activation. Then if you control Temple of the Kings, you can destroy me. That card's very good. That card, like, and now I'm talking not even just like in this deck, right? Like, this is a good counter trap for trap decks in general. Of course it is horrible in like grindier games. Like it's hard in grindier games because like if you top deck this card when you don't have infinite like setup already, but like first turn it's pretty good. It's like I could imagine let's say Master Duel right now, I see some decks that play Solemn Judgment, but they want more copies of that card because they want to protect from Lightning Storm, so they start playing something like Iron Thunder. And Iron Thunder is not a very good replacement for Solemn Judgment. It is most of the time worse. This card is not most of the time worse than Solemn Judgment. If you're just trying to protect your deck from Lightning Storm, that's a reasonable card to have, right? And then in the Temple of the Kings deck, in that trap deck, you can even, you know, get the secondary effect, which if you ever get the spell trap negate plus the bonus effect, this is very, very powerful. So yeah. Read the rock card. Okay, dude. It's been, I thought it was a fun bit. Dangers of the Divine. Pay half your life points. Tribute a monster. Special summon Ra from your hand or banishment, ignoring its summon condition. Make its attack 4,000. Can't attack. During the end phase of the next turn, return to the hand. If this card sent from the field to the graveyard, choose a Winged Dragon of Ride in your monster zone. Send all other monsters on the field to the graveyard. You can only use each effect once per turn. Yeah, what do you want me to do about this? This deck is not a thing. It is just not a thing, unfortunately. And I'm actually a little mad that they have taken multiple cards of these slots and dedicated it to something that'll never see play in competitive. Like I think they should have just went full on into the trap deck route, because there's good cards here. Let me just finish reading because there's just one more. But like there's good cards here, with the exception of all the ones that want you to freaking like fusion summon or play the Winged Dragon of Ra, you know? Like that is just not gonna happen. And I know it makes sense for Odeon to have those cards. But it just like Apophis the Serpent. Okay, a new trap monster. One trap monster, by the way. The Odeon support in Maze of the Millennia, one trap monster. Apophis the Serpent. Continuous trap card. Special summon this card as a normal monster. Then you can set an Apophis trap from your deck. Except Apophis the Serpent, it can be activated this turn. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add an embodiment of Apophis from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect of Apophis once per turn. See, that's a good trap monster. That's a good card. Why can't we have more of that? Like, this is specifically good because of the other card we looked at earlier. This one requires you to have other trap monsters for it to be a negate. This one will summon itself, give you this one for free. You can immediately activate it, and it even counts as the other trap monster, so you can negate a card. That is really good. This card is really, really good. And it gives you 2 Apophis immediately. If you can set this on the first turn and you have access to Temple of the Kings, activate this, set this one. It allows you to immediately activate. Then you have 2 Apophis monsters. You can make the Divine Serpent Apophis and then reset both of them if you want to. You can even make a, I mean, I think they're both This one's level 4, this one's level 6, so it's not a rank 4. But like, this is something that from a competitive perspective, I can see that being good, right? This is a good card. And I like that's my problem is like these cards, there's some really good stuff here. Apophis the Serpent is a really good card. The counter trap is solid. The field spell is absurd. The first fusion monster we read is pretty good as well. It's a pretty good payoff for trying to summon Apophis monsters. Because it just wins you the grind game, which I would imagine this kind of deck would really want to accelerate at a grind game, right? And then this is a good searcher, and this is a really good searcher. This one is a little combo dependent, but like could be fine. You know, like all that stuff is completely fine and cool even. I like the idea behind these cards. And then there's a fusion monster that's kind of ass, and a fusion spell that's kind of ass, and a card that summons Ra. And that's just 3 cards out of this, however many this is, that just don't help this deck whatsoever. So, and I think as a result of that, you're not making Ra playable. Because, I mean, let's be real, this does not make Ra playable. There's like 2 new cards that have anything to do with Ra here, and it's just not going to be enough. I'm sure the fans out there that play Ra will appreciate those cards. I don't even doubt that. But like, as a result of that, you're not giving us enough, I feel like, to even make the Odeon deck a thing. Because it's like, I feel like it's just missing a little bit of payoff. A little bit of, like, I would have liked maybe a way for this deck to play going second, because it's going to be a trap deck. It's going to be probably fine going first most of the time with these new trap cards. You know, like setting up the Apophis stuff is pretty good interaction. The Verdict of Anubis is a pretty good card going first. I'm not worried about this deck going first, you know? If you can go first, establish your Treasures of the Kings, your Man with the Mark, you do some trap setup, like that deck's fine. But like, how are you ever gonna go second with this deck? And the answer is you are not. You are just not. The Circuit Fusion is you're going second. Exactly. And that's why it sucks. That is the attempt of giving this deck a card for going second, apparently, and that is just not gonna work. I'm telling you right now. It is not a feasible plan going second for a deck that consists of a lot of trap cards to be like, we want you to summon. First of all, you need to activate and resolve Temple of the Kings, which means you need to have access to Temple of the Kings and your opponent needs to not stop it. Then you need to summon Merciless Scorpion of Circuit, and it needs to remain on the field. And then you need to activate the fusion spell. And that'll hold up. After you do all of this, what you get is you can use one of your opponent's monsters as fusion material. 1. To summon Divine Scorpion Beast of Circuit, which is 3000 attack, and can banish 1 monster. And that is just not happening in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Because all of that is just not happening in a trap deck. None of that is happening. And none of that is even close to enough to beating any, like, that's probably not even that scary if you're playing against an Edison deck. This whole setup. Like, I don't think most Edison decks are not afraid of this deck when they go first. So yeah. That whole chain is worse than just summoning Kashtira Fenrir. Exactly. That's what I mean. Like this deck would need like efficient ways of, like, when you're playing a trap deck, you either need to have these cards. The goal needs to either be, I'm struggling to find a comparison to this, but like when let's say you're playing Labyrinth, right? And Labyrinth going second does not try to pull off any fancy combos. And that's the reason why I think Labyrinth is successful as a trap deck, is because Labyrinth does not, they didn't make a fusion for Labyrinth that you resolve once every 10 years or something when you're going second and that's all you have. No, Labyrinth is very focused on one thing, and that is like set trap cards. And sometimes speed up the process because you can activate trap cards immediately. Which, if that rings a bell, that is exactly what the Odeon deck could also be focused around more, right? Like the entire concept of Temple of the Kings is being able to activate trap cards immediately. That is something that they could have added to this archetype to make it viable in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Because that's a good concept. It's been proven by Labyrinth that like setting trap cards and being able to use them immediately is solid. That's playable. So like give him a trap card that's kind of solid, but can be activated the turn it was set or something. So it helps you break boards or something. But yeah, I don't know. So on the one hand, I do like these cards. A lot of them, not all of them. I feel like we've yapped about it enough now. I think I made it clear which of these cards I like and which of these cards I don't like. The concept is just I liked the concept. I liked the idea of building a deck around trap monsters that jump out the spell trap zone on your opponent's turn, give you like some disruption, and try to control the game, and then even carry over to a future turn, like try to protect your trap monsters and then make the fusion with it and then snowball from there. That is a concept that I would have really, really liked to be a thing. So like I'm a fan of a lot of these cards because they try to do that. Similar to Argo Stars. You know, Argo Stars is a deck that has some synergies with this deck. So like I was hoping maybe there was something there. Because Argo Stars at the moment is quite frankly unplayable on a competitive scale. You know, like the deck is not doing anything in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. But I still like the concept behind it. It's the same thing I said when I reviewed the Argo Stars card. You know, like I don't think they're good enough, but I like the concept, so I would like to make it. I would like for them to make it a little bit better. And the same is true here. And I have no idea why we're focusing another TCG exclusive archetype, a trap deck, around fusion monsters. I have no idea. Maybe it makes sense lore-wise with Odeon and like the Ra thing. Also, I know it makes sense from an anime perspective, but like from just playing the card game perspective, I don't get it. I don't get it. The Argo Stars problem is that the cards are just bad. See, that's not true. That is genuinely not true. Argo Stars has good cards. They just don't have enough of them. And for some reason, they are scared of making... They're scared of making good trap cards. Unless it's a floodgate. If it's a floodgate, we can make them as powerful as we want. Like, floodgates are fine, apparently. But like, just a good trap card... When did we get the last like really good trap card? Like the Destructive Daruma, Karma Cannon, Black Goat Laughs. Like there's so few and far between for like just actual good trap cards that are not floodgates. Dominus, you guys are like actively nerdging right now. Of course, I don't mean hand traps. Like, that is not what I mean. I'm not referring to Infinite Impermanence, Dominus Purge, Dominus Impulse. Like, yeah, they're purple cards. They don't function as trap cards in the slightest. Like, that's not what I mean. But yeah, technically you're right. Those are good trap cards, but that's not what I mean. By trap cards, I mean cards that you can play in trap decks that you set and you are supposed to use on your opponent's turn to interact with your opponent. So, like, yeah. I think the genuine only example of a powerful and super well designed trap card in recent, I mean, Karma Cannon at this point is like 2 years old. But like that's what I mean. Like Karma Cannon is a super well executed like good trap card. And I'm struggling to think of other examples. You know, we get good spell cards, we get good monsters all the time. We don't get actual good trap cards very often. Sneaky Steve, thank you for the 20 months. Yeah, the only thing that can save, dude, this is gonna be the thing. If we ever get Paleozoic legacy support, and it's a freaking fusion monster, that's the day I lose my mind. That is the day I officially lose my mind. If we ever get Paleozoic support and they're like, you know what? You know what? It'll be a fusion monster. On another note, Maze of the Millennia does not only have the Odeon cards in it, they also revealed a lot more things that are now in it, some of which... the new counter trap? Yeah, that one's good. That one's good. Yeah. So I don't know exactly how much of this was already announced. Like, that it was going to be in Maze of the Master. Like, I don't know exactly if we knew that ABC was going to be in here or something. We knew 7th Tachyon was in here. I think most of the stuff we knew. But the thing that we definitely didn't know about is reprints. So let's talk about that real quick. We've got Molcharmy Perulia in Maze of the Master. From the pictures I've seen floating around the internet, from the influencer openings, it looked like an ultra rare and a collector's rare version as well. So that is pretty neat. That is definitely very, very welcome. One of the more expensive cards at the moment. So that's cool. We've got, obviously we knew 7th Tachyon was going to be in there. That also looks like it's going to be a Sea Rare, which is to no one's surprise. We have, what other reprints are good here? I'm just trying to scroll through. What is this? Gladiator Beast Rechiari. That's a good reprint. That was an expensive card because of Edison. It had very few prints. It only had Crossroads of Chaos Sea Rare and Turbo Pack Rare. So that is a very welcome super rare reprint. We got Sword Soul reprinted in here, which, fine. We have the Allure Queens reprinted. We got some Heralds reprinted. We have Atlanteans here, which is good, because I do think Heavy Infantry and Marksmen have been a little pricey, just a little. They weren't super expensive, but like just a little bit. Abyss Pike is missing, though. I think Abyss Pike is one of the more expensive ones. We got some other Gladiator Beast reprints. Most notably, I don't know how many of you guys knew this. Gladiator Beast Tamer Editor is or was an expensive card. Somewhat expensive. And I know that because I built a Gladiator Beast domain deck, or I was trying to build a Gladiator Beast domain deck a couple of weeks ago, and I ordered one and it was like $8 or something like that. So it's a good reprint. On the other hand, like I bought it literally 2 weeks ago. Like it arrived like last week, so I got destroyed. That's fine. That is a good reprint. And then we have Crystron reprints in here, which is good because Crystron had, like, the new Crystron stuff is all low rarity, but some of the old stuff was like going up in price. I think Crystron Citri was a little expensive, which isn't in here, but I think it's in like OTS 27, right? And then this one was an expensive synchro, which I think leaves no expensive cards for Crystron. Like this was a very expensive card. The grab, I don't know how accurate the grab over here is, but it says like $30 or something for it. And I think you can now pick up the entire Crystron core for like actual cheap. Like I don't think there is a expensive card left in the Crystron deck. So like that's good. That's very good. Yeah, and then we've got more Sword Soul reprints. We've got some Glad Beast reprints, some Galaxy Eyes reprints, because that's also getting new cards in here. Overall, how are we feeling about Maze of the Master? How are we feeling about Maze of the Master as like a standalone product? I personally feel like it's fine. I feel like it's fine. I had a little higher hopes on the Odeon support personally, but we'll have to wait and see how good that is. Of course, Perulia reprint, pretty good. 7th Tachyon is going to be a good card for sure. And then we've got some other solid reprints. And then some imports that people have been waiting for, you know. Of course, the ABC support is not bad. Oh, yeah. The Perulia reprint feels like that random thrust reprint in the Mace set last year. I mean, it is becoming kind of a trend where these side sets are getting a little bit more attention, I think, in terms of like, they are working on, I think, rarity distributions, and they're also working on giving us maybe 1 or 2 chase cards extra. Because, like, historically, over the last years, these Maze and other side sets have been struggling a little bit because they just don't introduce that much crazy stuff to the game. Like, this, without the Perulia, this would have been a little bit on the light side in terms of chase cards. So, like, adding the Perulia in there is going to help that. I don't know if that's completely going to make the set crazy good. I think for that, like, some of these archetypes would have needed to be a little bit better. But it definitely makes it fine, I think. And I think that's a good direction. I think that's the right approach, is to add some chase cards to these sets. Because they were definitely lacking beforehand. The Odeon stuff looks to be pretty decent with Argo Stars. It'll be way better once we get Alliance Insight. Maybe. I personally... Argo Stars is one of those decks where I am fully aware, and I wholeheartedly agree with everyone, that Argo Stars at the moment are not playable. I like the concept though, so I have hopes for it. And I would definitely like if they gave it a little bit more attention and good support in the future. The only thing is with trap decks, you know, I understand that the way I look at trap decks is not the same that everyone else looks at, or that a lot of people look at trap decks. A lot of people either don't like trap decks or feel like trap decks can only succeed when they floodgate, which I personally think is... we'll look at the Orca support we have looked at a while ago. I lost my train of thought. Thank you for the 3 though. Oh yeah, trap decks. So like, I personally believe there is a world where you can make a good trap deck that does not rely on floodgates. I think the concept of Argo Stars and Apophis and trap monsters and stuff like that could work out if they gave it some more love, but you'd need to spend a lot of time developing like good, once again, good trap cards that are not floodgates. Like the Ruma Karma Cannon is something that basically you need a trap card that is good enough so that you, when you go second and your opponent makes a board, you can set it and not feel terrible about yourself, right? Which is something that only at the moment there's not many example of this. Like the Ruma Karma Cannon is genuinely one of the few ones that I can think of right now that you're like, I can go second, they make a board, I set this card, and I don't feel bad about it. And I feel like that is something that they should explore more to maybe also slow the game down in general a little bit. But yeah, so that's what's happening in the TCG in the upcoming weeks. We're going to take a little bit of a look later at the YCS results from the weekend. For now, I want to jump to a different set of cards that we can talk about, which some of them are actually the same than what we just looked at. But we have upcoming selection pack, the Ultimate Sparkle, announced in the game, and that is releasing in 2 days, Thursday. So we're going to be live on Thursday, of course, trying out these new cards firsthand. But we can already talk about it a little bit and speculate what these cards are going to do for Master Duel, because they are releasing Blue Eyes. They are releasing the new, it looks like the new XYZ ABC support is coming to Master Duel also very early, and 7th Tachyon. Which in general, just once again, I say this every time. This happens, but I'm a huge fan whenever they add stuff in a more timely fashion, you know? Like, whenever they add stuff closer to its TCG or OCG release date, I'm always a big fan of it, because I don't like the fact that Master Duel is so far behind. So I really like that we're getting these cards faster. Of course, this is not a general sign that they're getting faster with releases, because there's still other cards that we are way behind on. Like, we still don't have Memento in full power and stuff like that. Memento players probably losing their mind right now. because they still haven't gotten the good stuff. But yeah, unfortunately, there's something I have to say about this. I personally don't know if the timing to release Blue Eyes support into Master Duel is optimal right now, to say the least, because unless the entire Primite package is in this pack, I personally do not know how well Blue Eyes is gonna fare in an environment where Azamina, Fiendsmith, Snake Eyes, White Forest decks are pretty dominant, and also Tenpai is still running around. I do not know if Blue Eyes... We're going to try it on Thursday. We're going to try it on Thursday, and I really like the fact that Blue Eyes is a deck that you can now play in the TCG and Master Duel, and I think I want to caveat this by saying, like, there's a large chunk of the Master Duel ladder where what I'm saying right now does not matter in the slightest. Like, for a lot of people, this is going to be great regardless of when it releases. Like, it doesn't matter. For the people that are playing, that are just downloading the game again because they hear there's Blue Eyes support and they're playing like in the lower ranks and stuff like that, these cards are absolutely going to be like bangers. I'm sure people are going to have a great time with this stuff. You know, in not competitive regions of the ladder. Like, it's going to be pretty cool. From my perspective, like from the higher ranks, I think right now Blue Eyes is probably not gonna have a shot. Like, if I'm thinking like, oh, Duelist Cup, second stage, does Blue Eyes even make it into the closer like selection of decks that you might want to consider for it? Probably not. But we will see exactly what kind of cards they release for it, and maybe there is Primite in it. I find it hard to believe that there's Primite because I think they would have teased Primite with the announcement. But we'll see on Thursday. We'll be here on Thursday and we'll play it. Seventh Tachyon is another card that's obviously very, very good. However, right now, I don't know where you even play it in Master Duel, and if it does even give any deck a boost, other than genuinely stun. Unfortunately, I've heard people say that it kind of buffs stun. It does buff Exosister a little bit, but I don't know if that's relevant enough, but technically, yeah. But yeah, stun decks can search like Pachycephalus with it or Inspector Border, which are both limited. But yeah, I don't even know if stun wants to play a card that goes -1 like that. Just because now your opponent can suddenly Ash to prevent your Floodgate. That's weird. Sharks? Yeah, Sharks probably. Vanquish Soul? I mean, is there a fire number monster in that range? But even then, you couldn't make you cannot make the rock then, which is weird. Oh, there's a Battling Boxer? Okay. Yeah, but like, would you want to go -1 to search Raisin, but you can't make rock with it? I don't think that's going to be a thing. I think at that point, you would always play Small Worlds, which Vanquish Soul has been doing. All right. I think it's an interesting pack, to say the least. I think it's going to be interesting to see if Blue Eyes can compete. I know it's going to be a fun stream trying to make Blue Eyes work on Thursday. I think we're going to have fun with it. Whether it's going to have competitive impact right now, I'm not sure, but it also makes sure. I think what this also does is like it gives interest to a lot of Blue Eyes fans. So it puts attention on the game, which is good. I think there's better times to put attention on Master Duel though than Snake Eye format. But overall, this is also going to make sure that the Primite support is going to be super nice and super well received once it drops, because Blue Eyes is already in the game. Do you already know when you're doing the Jesse Conquest thing? Probably not until next week, because after Thursday, like on Thursday, I want to play the new pack myself on ranked. And then after Thursday, I'm gone over the weekend until next Tuesday for a special Challenger Cup that they already announced on Twitter. Okay, where's Master Duel? There it is. Okay, so let's just look at this announcement real quick in game. I don't think it's gonna mention anything that we did that wasn't there. A new selection pack is here. Ultimate Sparkle. Those are all ultra rares. Yeah, basically that. Announcement. Get ready for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup Final Qualifier. In celebration of the 3rd anniversary of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, we'll be hosting a special Challenger Cup tournament. Challenger Cup tournaments are open to all players and present a chance for you to match up against the best duelists in Europe. On March 8th, participate in a special edition Challenger Cup tournament to win fantastic prizes, including a place at the in-person Challenger Cup final at the end of the month. Okay, there it is, your in-game announcement. That's what I'm going to be doing over the course of this weekend. I'm going to be hosting / casting this event together with Lampy and Ibris. And it's going to be hype because there's going to be a Challenger Cup final at the end of March, and this will allow you to qualify for it. And it's going to be an in-person event at the end of March. So that is this upcoming weekend. Make sure to take part if you're from the EU and you're trying to win a spot in the Challenger Cup final at the end of the month. But that is the reason why I'm gone over the course of the weekend, and I'm not going to come back until next week's Tuesday from that travel. Will you wear a suit? I don't even have a suit. Okay. I don't really know what we're gonna ladder with today. Whenever I've been playing off stream, I've just been playing around with the hand trap deck more. That's all I've been doing. Play Paleo. Today we're not playing Paleo. I'll tell you why we're not playing Paleo today. There was a poll on my Patreon, which if you want to check out my Patreon, you can go !Patreon if you want to support the content. But every once in a while I let my Patreons decide what deck we play for a ladder session. And I made you could call it a mistake. You could also call it a happy little accident. I made the decision to include Paleo in this week's poll, and I don't think it's close. So we're gonna be playing Paleo tomorrow because the patrons have decided that way. So we will be jamming the ladder with Paleo tomorrow. So what basically, essentially what I'm saying is, whatever rank we're gaining today, we'll probably gamble it away tomorrow. The good news is, if we can climb today, because Paleo is so slow, we might not have enough time tomorrow to lose all the progress we're making today. So that's fine. Anyways, let me. What are we? I don't have that many decks built that I'm like comfortable yet with. What is this? Oh, this is the Nesh deck. That deck wasn't bad. I've been playing this. I've been playing this a little bit, which has been fun. You know what? Let's just play with that for now. It's 50 cards for consistency, so you don't draw Dasher and Celestial. Have you tried the new Millennium Snake Eyes and White Forest? Not yet. We might actually. That might be a good thing to try out because I've seen a lot of good duelists on that deck in tournaments. So maybe. Porygon, thank you for the 27, and Lippy95, thank you for the 13 as well. Appreciate you guys. They're playing 60 cards. My hand is good. Stratos. Is Stratos a good Veiler? Stratos searches Ferris. I feel like Ferris is the better Veiler. Let's keep it. Liquid Soldier? That's not what I was expecting. Send a Neospatian monster and an Elemental Hero monster to the graveyard. Special a Neospatian or a level 5 or higher Elemental Hero from your deck, and if you do, add a poly from your deck or grave. If you special summon Neos, it gains 1,000. You cannot special from the extra deck except fusions the turn you activate this card. They're trying to add 2 monsters. I'm mashing that. Hero decks. Have you taken a look at the last season's top decks yet? I saw the posts at some point over the course of the weekend. Yeah. No, the Hopier with no Bestial. This has been happening more to me since I bumped up the deck count a little bit. Which was a little bit annoying. So if it is Exodia, I want to ash this. If it's not Exodia, I don't want to ash it. 42 cards is not Exodia. The Exodia Andes all play 57. Okay, that's not what I thought it was going to be, though. That is not what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a Snake Eye deck, but okay. That is annoying, actually. That's pretty good for them. I wish I ashed it now. I like the Millennium cards as an engine. They are a good engine. We should probably try playing them as an engine today at some point in some of the decks because they're pretty potent cards. Yeah. Chain blocking Ash Blossom. Okay. Well, we'll probably ash the Auxilla, because what else am I gonna ash against this deck? Wake up, Centurion. What is wake up? I mean, they probably have another Chudea, right? They probably have another Chudea. I think they can. I think they're gonna get to Blazar here. Because if they normal summon Chudea and they have, but then they can't have another tuner, right? Okay, dude. Wait, does wake up work with if a monster is face up in you? Oh, it does. Okay. You can make a wake up token if you have a Requiem equipped. Okay. So why are you linking off the Auxilia? So Engraver comes back. They can still make the wake up token, but that does not seem like it does much. Do I know anything in their hand other than the wake up? No, right? Oh, the golem, right? I forgot. The golem is there. So that's just going to be what? Appaloosa? Cannot be used as fusion or link material. Beatrice? Wait, hold up. If you send Snake Eye Ash now... I don't know if I'm happier or sadder now that that's not Snake Eye Ash, but Rainbow Bridge. Cobalt, Eagle. Another step. Okay, that doesn't... Okay, that's fine. What is bro cooking? So that is still set up for a Blazar, right? Because this is now going to place Primera. It's still scary. Baldrake's not the worst pickup. Duro. Okay. Let's... Cannot special summon except Dark Heroes. Do I want to put the Baldrake onto the board? I'd kind of... Let's see if this resolves first. Activate. Hello. Stand-up Centurion is activated. Which I should probably just do this. They chain Beatrice. What can that send? That's scary to me. Snow or something? I was surprised how good DPE is in this meta. If you can force the game into a grind game, DPE is kind of like the king of grind games. So yeah, that DPE is a very good card, and I'm not surprised why it's good. It's just the fact that you have to play the other ones with it. That's annoying to me. Okay, follow up Trudea. We will not be able to run over the entire board now. We will just be getting rid of these two, I suppose. They are on 23. Oh. That's annoying. Okay. There's unfortunately no way I think I can like trick them into taking 2300 damage of Mourner. I don't have Satellite Warrior in this deck, unfortunately. So they have Cobalt Eagle. I think that's the only one I know in their hand. Yeah, if they summon something big and I can Baron it, and then Chain Mourner, that would work. The other thing is, like, I'm not gonna die this turn because of Dark Ruler. So, like, I will get another turn, and if they can't deal with DPE properly, that'll come back. And I also have Celestial in the graveyard, so like that could be something. It is kind of tempting, though, to just stop the Primera, right? They have a normal summoned. I should stop the Primera on the field, though. Because what's the Mourner? What's the actual Mourner win con? Like, how does that work? They summon this. They make a level 12. But the problem is it's probably chain blocked by this in the graveyard. I don't think the Mourner cheese is a thing here. Because even if they make Legacia, I have to rely on them making it like ordering the chain links wrong. Because it's gonna be Legacia 1, Gargoyle 2 most of the time, you know. They get greedy with Crimson, and then what? If they make Crimson Dragon, Mourning that also doesn't help because that's 0 attack. I'm gonna banish. I'm gonna banish the DPE. Hate that for me. Maybe they chain SP, then I can mourner it. Okay, Satch. Mourner is good here. No, it's not. They just chain. And banish itself. They just run away. Okay. This will reset Baron, yeah. Which is why it did confuse me a little bit. Typhon is not live right now. Question here is, do I force Blazar with SP to resolve my draw 2? Or do I try to draw 2? And then they negate that, and then I keep playing. How can I keep playing? What can I do though? I can now Typhon. Well, now I can do both. Because that card kind of ass. Oh wait, no, it works on graveyard effects. Oh, I'm so stupid. They can now use it. I should have just made Typhon and then drawn. I'm so dumb. Okay. I made fun of it. Oh. Eh? So hold up. Can I win? SP then Typhon? This deck does not have Fiendsmith. No. This deck does not have Fiendsmith. If I SP, I can't attack directly, guys. Is something you need to understand. Banish this card. Also banish all cards your opponent controls. If I special Druis... If I activate Druis now, special it, If they banish... No, I win. Yeah, I think I win. SP, no effect, summon Druis also works. Because the SP can kind of check this thing, but... They can chain, yeah, but then I still win. Crazy how much worse that card is than Blazar. Like, you would think you read that card and you're like, oh, that's so good, you know, banish all your opponent's cards. It's gotta be so powerful. And then Blazar is just like a boring ass Omni Negate, and it's just so much better. Tracker, thank you for the 26. No Bonbon here. Hashing Bonfire is very TCG player thing to do. If by that you mean it's the correct thing to do, then yes, I agree with you. How dangerous is this? If I negate this, it probably can't search anything unless they play Fire King in this. Which probably not, because there's Divine Temple and Snake Idea Bellstar. The other thing I'm thinking about is like, is it better to let him go into Promethean Princess and negate that? But then it's in the graveyard and could be annoying later. Is it more annoying in the graveyard or in the extra deck for me? Because it could be a good follow-up option for them. I think I'll stop the Hita. So this can still come out, but that alone doesn't do anything. Oh, okay. Aha. Hop Ear Druid Worm is so good, man. Okay, got Fuva Bell, so we're safe from called by. That's neat. It's that deck. Okay. That matchup is a little difficult. If you don't have access to Druid Worm, which we do not at the moment. Jin. You cannot Bell Ankh. It's going to be at least one Fuva draw. Maybe two if they want to make like Silhouette Rabbit. Like I will just Fuva here. That gives me a Dark in the graveyard for my Bystials, which is neat. Okay, they just activate it. Fine. Are you going to cover the YCSs today? We are going to talk about the results of the weekend YCSs a little bit, yeah. The Ghost Ogre, unfortunately, is very late to the party. That would have been very good on one of these fellas, but Ghost Ogre getting this does not work. Don't even know if using the Serenir... I mean, I'll probably use it. Just get rid of that. Blue Eyes. Bell is very bad against this deck, which is very annoying. Problem is, there's no light or dark in the graveyard. Other than that, the situation is not even that bad. But my hand just can't do anything in this circumstance. So we needed that Ghost Ogre like one card earlier. The bells, unfortunately, this is the one matchup where the bells do absolutely nothing. And I played two, I think, and I drew both, which is very annoying. You think there's a difference in style between White Forest and Yubel Snake Eyes? By difference in style, you mean, you basically, is what you're asking, do I hate White Forest as much as I hate Yubel and Snake Eyes? Oh. Well, what is going on today? Okay. Dude, do you know what's crazy? Couldn't I have at least have drawn like... Couldn't I at least have drawn Celestial instead of Dasher? Because Celestial wouldn't even be that bad here. Like, Celestial was actually an out to Patchy, because Celestial can pop a spell trap when it attacks. So I could have attacked the Patchy and popped the thing. What are you going to say about White Forest? I think White Forest, conceptually, I like it more. But the way it's being played right now, I think, is rather similar. I'm starting to feel like there's a lot of bad matchups for this deck in the diamond ranks. Because getting Macrocosmos 2 games in a row is certainly not a good sign for life in general. Like, that's never a good position to be in. Mino's trigger, thank you for the 7 months. We're gonna try Blue Eyes on Thursday, yeah. Is Perulia good in this deck? Perulia is fine in this deck. I just don't like how... I don't like how it encourages your opponent to just pass, because my deck does not do anything. And, like, it's very bad if you draw it off the top with, like, Hyperias, which is also already a problem I have with, like, Uva. The Nesh version would be better at dealing with floodgates. Maybe. I just don't like... I really don't like the Fiendsmith part of that deck. I thought the DPE was great. I do not like the Fiendsmith in hand trap right now. Bro is literally the pharaoh. What the hell you want me to do? Yeah, this format is something. I personally have not decided whether I'm going to try the second stage of the Duelist Cup yet, but I am leaning towards just doing like a... I'm definitely going to be live on the weekend of the second stage. I don't know if I want to full commit to the grind in this format right now. I really do not know if I want to do that to myself. Oh, Jesus Christ. Does Kashtira not just ruin the Sandtrap deck? Unicorn isn't that bad. Fenrir is a problem. But yes, the Kashtira cards are tough. But you can beat them. I am more worried about some other things that are going on right now over there. Of course. Asukami and Tyrant Abyss, thank you guys for the subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Isn't Isold banned in Master Duel? You're talking about Master Duel, bro. This game has more Isolds than Runic Slumbers, bro. Think about that for a second. Let that dwell. Really think about that. I want you to really take a moment. Gonna have to play without DPE now, which I'm not happy about. Not thrilled about that. Dasher loves you. Isn't it crazy though? I'm playing 50 cards, by the way. I had an off-stream game where I opened Dasher and Celestial with 0 Fusion Destinies. Ooh, no cap. Yeah, look at it. Look at it. I don't care. Goodbye, Axel Stardust. Josh will do anything to to draw cards. Rue. Rue. Can I see the deck list somewhere? I'm pretty sure it's in the Discord, this one. Let me double check for you. Like, there's definitely versions of it in the Discord. I don't know if this exact one, I'll show you this real quick, but like it's we've been working on this for a while now. And there's a channel in the Discord where you can find the current deck list, but yeah. I don't know. The reason why I'm kind of just dabbling around with this deck is because I don't really know what I want to ladder with right now. And the only nice thing about this deck is that it does make you not get comboed on by Fiendsmith, Snake Eye, Azamina very often. I mean, sometimes, of course, like the opponent we had like 2 games ago, they still can, but like a lot of times you just make that deck suffer, and that's fun. Oh, there's Celestial. I almost forgot what he looked like. I played 10 Bestials, and the only one I have is Lupelion. Well, I played 13 Bestials, actually. Lupelion excluded. It's 10. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? Okay. I think so far that's fine. Hello. Hello. Oh, okay. So stopping this does not do anything, right? Because the 2 has already equaled 5 no matter what I do here. Like veiling the transcode will not change anything. I don't know if they can add anything to this end board. I feel like it's just gonna be terahertz no matter what. You can stop Heat Soul. They, at the moment, cannot Heat Soul. First of all, they're under a draw, but even if they wanted to put up a Heat Soul for my turn, then it wouldn't be terahertz, right? I might use it on terahertz at the same time. I don't know if that's even... I don't know if I need to. I don't know if I'm worried about any of this. So, Dotscaper has been used. Sigma has been used. At the same time, I don't think I have any other thing I can Veiler, so I will just Veiler the Terra, just in case they play something funky. I don't know. Diameter is already engraved, so like the trap already had, but that's the last card in hand, right? Oh, this hasn't been used yet. I forgot. Huh? I didn't realize they didn't use that. Okay, well, fine. I guess they can Heat Soul for 1 draw on my turn. Okay. I'll Ash it just in case. Maxi isn't even the worst thing that could happen. The worst thing that could happen, I think, is another Bell for like my only Bestial at the moment. Because let's say I activate Lubellion, they chain the trap, I activate Serenir, and then the last card is like that. So this is just a spell negation, which doesn't matter. And now, I mean, they should know they lost, right? Because they know I have a Bestial, so... Ooh. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mathmic Andy. How was Terahertz beatable there? Druis Worm Send? Typhon Bounce? Whatever you want, basically. Oh my god. I'm kind of scared of Talons, but I think I have to Veiler. That deck usually plays Talons, but they don't have it. That's good. Hmm. If they knew what deck I was playing, I don't think they would have quit, because that game was not over. They probably thought I was playing some crazy combo pile or something, and they just didn't want to bother with it, but that was not like... No! Oh, God. Not first. Okay, I do like the one thing that my deck can do going first, which is summon DPE. And they did not prevent it. Wonderful. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's Sky Striker, right? Uh-oh. Striker Tenpai? It could be Striker Tenpai, I guess. Hello! Ah! 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 Uh... Mikanko? Bamboo Sword! Hmm. No. Don't do that. Stop. I'm not mad because I love the Bamboo Sword cards. I think it's so funny. I think the Bamboo Sword cards are hilarious. And I don't think they're bad either. I think there is a world where you could make a deck that can work with them. Well, bro tried. Okay, we're back on track. Check deck. It's too late. I already clicked. But we can check it out after this game. Remind me after this game. I'll try to remember to look at that deck because I am kind of curious. Everyone say hi, Dasher. Hi, Dasher. Bruh. That dasher from hand. I have a feeling this Celestial is kind of gonna carry this game. Gonna have to leave the token alive so that the Bellstar has to send it. They cannot pop my Baldrake because I only have one card on the field. Uh-oh. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Why is there a response window? You don't have a Bestial, do you? You didn't draw like Magnamute. That wouldn't be fair. What happened? Oh, okay. I guess I should explain. So the way Dia Bellstar the Black Witch is worded, it says send a card from your field to the graveyard, and if you do, summon itself on your opponent's turn. Which means that if you do, it means if you can't do it, then it's not gonna come back. So I made it so that the only card available they had to send away was a token, which does not go to the graveyard. So they still have to attempt to send it because they activated the effect of the Bellstar. So like it resolved, they had to select the token, which means it just disappeared, but it didn't go to the graveyard. So the and if you do part of the Bellstar does not happen. So it didn't return from the graveyard. The other weird thing there that happened was Guardian Chimera couldn't destroy my Baldrake because it has to destroy 2 cards. If there's not enough cards for Chimera to destroy, it cannot resolve properly. Yes, and we will check the deck that we played against the game before that. So what you're saying is the win condition is you get Snow to the graveyard and then you just make a huge 0 Boros? That is very funny. Why is there 1 slash draw? Hold up. I'm gonna check how many cards I would have to craft first. Before I promise we'll play it, I'll have to check. If there's like 20 ultra rares missing, I'm not doing that. But that sounds funny. Okay. Not this one. Okay, so I have 3 engages. It's just the other ones. I don't have an underclock taker. I have the other Appaloosa. And I have the other Nightmare Unicorn. I need an underclock taker. Where there's a will. I mean, I'll just change those. It's kind of weird to play these because like when you're playing this deck, you are kind of trying to draw your whole deck, right? So maybe we just play more. I mean, Droplet is also once per turn though. I think that's the idea behind these one-ofs is because they are once per turn, and this is you are trying to draw your entire deck. Right? You are definitely trying to draw your entire deck. Put more reasonings. That is also technically once per turn though, right? That is technically once per turn because, but okay, it gives you access to snow, and I have it. Okay, so let me filter super rare, dismantle selected cards, got extra copies of these, and make an underclock taker. Cool. Okay. No, sure. Let's have some fun. Why not? Why not? Ah, the next card was engaged. Okay, cool. Great. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Why are you doing that? Oh, mano. Doch engage, Mann. What did they say? 4. Yeah. Oh. There's no SP Lil Knight. Huh? There access code? There is access code. Okay. Thank God, dude. Ah! Ah! Oh, it's not live. Oh, I thought it was live. Ah! I thought I was crazy with it. Why did that work? Oh, God. Is this really the wing gun? No, normally you're supposed to attack with the Zeroboros. It was just because that turn I had to do the weird thing to go to the battle phase to trigger the bamboo sword. But like, yeah. I mean, the thing is they did kind of break. They didn't really play. They did not really play over the court. I wanna pull off what the deck is trying to do. But that was still fun. Yeah, the lava golems are a little iffy. I don't know how I feel about the lava golems. I don't know. I feel like you should just be trying to break boards with the spell card. Oh yeah, cinema. The hands are just cinema. The problem is the first thing that we see Droll and Lockbird is probably the last time we play this deck. Early. Hmm. How do we out Noir? Very big Zero Boros forces it, I suppose, but that's also not ideal. Lava Golem, if they have two monsters. Slash Draw is in case you have snow in hand. Okay. That makes some sense. Why is there a Dugares in here? How do we make that? We only play one level 4. Theft. Oh, okay. All right, here we go. No Noir, their hand kind of bad. Duro. 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 Okay, now it's enough. Stop right there. Cease. Cease, duelist. The third draw one card will not be allowed. This would make it a Noir with too many materials. I think I have to stop that. Drop. You've been dropped. So that is a 4 material Noir, which is fine. Ash, the bamboo sword. Okay. Okay, dude. Cool. Pew. No, not the golden. I should have grabbed the other one. You know what the thing about this deck is? I don't even know if you should go all in on like OTKing people. Maybe you can build a version of this that just tries to take away everything, you know? Like, I don't know. I guess that is basically just Sky Striker. I guess what I just described is Sky Striker. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, I'll shut up. Give me that. What happens if we get drolled? We do not talk about that. Come on, an engage, a talents, something. Something. Can I ask what OST this is? This is Delicious in Dungeon. Okay. So, Y'all think we all thought we were done? Y'all thought we were done, huh? Can we boost Kagari to lethal them? No. No, we cannot make an 8,000 Kagari. We don't have enough spells for that. Yeah. Why not? What do you mean, why not? How do you think that's gonna work? Why does this work? Because you're in Diamond 5 and you are not fun at parties. Look at those counters. Not time for Zero Boros yet. We can go bigger. How much does it gain? 200 for each banished card. So we need... We don't have enough cards, guys. Don't forget chicken game. Yeah, I need to banish the chicken game, yeah. I can attack with the last snow, that's true, yeah. $7,200. 14. I'm 50 off. Hold up. Ah! $14. I think I'm 50 off. Hold up. Dude! No! Activate again? I had one card. I didn't have enough cards for that. No! I'm stupid. Why did I add that back first? Now I have to discard it for Into the Void. I'm panicking! $50! No! Stop gaining life points! Oh no! No! Stop! Why did it have to be the one that can gain life points so they can now use my friend Pearly? Oh my god, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose. Oh, come. Now it would have been big enough. Dude, they're gonna attach the pretty memory and they can suck. Oh, no, I don't want this. I do not consent. No, don't suck the Ceroboros, dude. Why is it in attack mode? Oh, they can. Oh, no. They're gonna make Noir the hard way and it's unaffected. Oh, man, no. Yeah. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Yeah, I should have just linked off the snow, put it in the graveyard. We probably would have won there. I'm aware. I'm aware we would have won that game. I just didn't have time. I was on like 3 seconds. These cards are glued to my opponent's hand every single time. 60 card deck. Here's a Fenrir. Oh no, not the tier limit movie. Not the tier limit movie. Do you think 7th Tachyon makes Kashtira playable in Master Duel? Can 7th Tachyon search Unicorn or Fenrir? Is there really a, doesn't it need to be like a level 7 number monster? I don't think 7th Tachyon works the way you think it does. You need to have a matching number 101 until 107 with the same rank / level and attribute. So I don't think you can... I don't think there's a rank 7 wind or rank 7 earth in that numbers. Pathfinder? I guess you can search Pathfinder. Yeah, I think there is an earth. There is an earth psychic rank 7. Yeah, but 7th Tachyon requires you to specifically reveal number 101 through 107. You cannot pick any exceed or any number. How good is a -1 searcher? Not that good, surprisingly. It's only good for very specific. Dude, they have the full movie in there. Holy shit. Schmidt, Horus, Ashtira, two elements. This is the movie extended version, dude. Return of the King extended version. Mill bamboo sword 1 time. Cursed bamboo sword, the 3rd one. Or a +1 for me. Come on. No, they milled a golden. That's not good. I hate him. Bro, this is the entire thing. Plus credits, plus after credit scene. I'll toilet break real quick. I'll be right back. Bro, we're still in the freaking intro? We're still in the freaking intro. I can't believe it. They still have a normal summon. They have not normal summoned. Okay, wait, what do I know about anything? Can anyone give me the rundown of what cards I should know in hand? Oh my god, there's Snake Eye in here too. The Fiendsmith arc just finished. Dude. The Fiendsmith arc just finished. Now is the Kid Close arc? Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. My day's going good, Vlad. As you can tell from the cards in my hand, obviously. Oh my god, not you. Not you. Oh, Jesus Christ. No. Oh. Freaking Peter Jackson over here. Lord of the Rings extended entire trilogy ass. No, not the Snake Eyes arc. No, not the Snake Eyes arc. Please stop. Birch. Ah, that's offensive. Dude, stop. Please. Stop. You're gonna time out. Discard Birch for Sharon. What is going on? Cigars. For a second I thought it was gonna be Dweller and I was really scared. But then I remembered like Dweller is not an endboard piece, and for some reason they are allergic to summoning endboard pieces, so that's good. What is Josh playing? Okay, I'm not the weird one here, okay? I am right now, I refuse. I am not the problem right now. Bro, the Engraver. Dude, Fiendsmith Act 2. $3,500 Appaloosa. Nine! No! Not the Fairy Tale Snow! Oh my god. The very last thing is actually the thing I'm most worried about. Okay. Shut up! Shut up! Deck profile. I don't know if I'm happy about this reasoning right now. I feel like I'm losing all the cards I want to draw. 15 cards left. Where's the snow? Hello, where's snow? There it is. Okay. Only one sword left. That's sad. Only one sword left. Deck them out? I don't think I can. Because I'm limited by the number of times I can special snow. Right? do know there's a shuffler, yeah. Probably just Tearlament traps. And giving them a halfness is maybe dangerous if it's Sulik. It's crime. I'm pretty sure if I didn't mess up that I have a Widow Anchor left in my deck. Because there's one in the grave and none banished. So I'll be grabbing Engage. And then we'll draw the entire deck. Actually, I won't draw the entire deck. We watched that entire movie and then just killed him with the Ceroboros, dude. Holy shit. Oh man, this is actually... This deck is hilarious. This deck is hilarious. I know it's probably not like competitively viable, but I'll be keeping this around, and we might end up working on this a little bit because this deck is funny. This is funny. I like this. It's Utopia double with extra steps, a lot of extra steps. It's also Tenpai with extra steps, but it's the steps that make it fun, you know? I feel like that's why Tenpai isn't fun, because the steps aren't fun. Because the step is just, here's my Chundra. It's not like the concept of OTKing isn't fun in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? But like, there needs to be like a challenge attached to it. There needs to be steps basically, because Tenpai is like step 1 die. Yeah. The journey is important. Yeah. Add SP. I'll keep it around. We'll work on it eventually. I do want to move on now, though, to something different. I'm trying to think how long I need for TCG today, but we can probably do like 1 or 2 other games. Let's play. I want to play like another game with the Fire King deck. Like 1 or 2 more games, and then we'll hop into TCG for the rest. Add card scanner. Isn't card scanner just the one where you say spell card, and if the bottom card of your deck is a spell card, you get to add it to your hand, and the opponent does the same thing? You wanted to play with the Millennium cards? I do. Another. But just not. I want to build that deck first. I don't even have it built. Okay, they hit Sharon and Tier Cash. Did you play that deck against Elizabeth? I played Exodia, but that's not what I mean when we say Millennium. We mean Millennium Engine in other meta decks, because they are pretty powerful in other decks. I don't want to play Exodia right now. Like Millennium Snake Eye and Millennium White Forest are very, very popular right now. And I kind of want to try and see if that's like the real deck. Why not Max C? I figured if I just Max C there, they just pass. And I kind of want them to link this stuff off so I don't have to deal with it. And if they just pass, then the Max C is probably better later. They make Moon, and then if they make Moon, then the Max C is a lot better after. If I can force them, if I can basically lure them into making Moon here, that's a lot better for me. Why is the Millennium Engine not a thing in the TCG? It was. People used it. It's just that right now there is no deck that wants those kind of bodies, because like the thing you have to realize is with the level that Master Duel is at right now, like any deck just spitting a bunch of bodies onto the board is like Snake Eye combo and stuff like that. That's not a thing in the TCG. We don't have those. Oh, that's neat. That is not neat. That is very annoying, actually. Yeah. It might end up being fine if they don't have another out to max C, because then the Ash would have stopped my max C. And now, if they just start with Kickolos to tag out, which is likely, then max C is kind of good. Yeah. The life points, I do think the life points are not the main reason why there's not as much Millennium in the TCG, but they are a consideration when you are thinking about, like, you know, what if it's closer to time in game 3 and I draw those cards, they're going to be awful, right? And that is a consideration in the TCG you have to make. So I do think that's a fair point as well. Engraver, Heartbeat, Destrudo, not the worst. Mill 5. Dude, that's a lot of freaking mills, dude. So they're gonna grab multiple trap cards. Trivi, Karma. Yeah, they got like triple trap card set up without another special summon. It's very, very annoying. I don't need to Druist the Sharon. I'm happy if they just have to like fuse into Mud Dragon or something, because I will get a draw from that. Because right now they cannot make Kaleido Heart unless they want to fuse away the monster they search with Salik, which I'm fine with. And the Kickolos is gone for now. Oh no, they're adding back Salik and activating it. Yeah. So they would have to like add Havness here and then fuse it away or something, which is okay if they want to make Kaleido Heart. Can we get all the Tearlaments banned, please? Tearlaments is such a divisive deck, I feel like. Everyone is either like, ban that crazy ass deck, or they just love it. I personally like Tearlaments. I just feel like its current iteration in Master Duel is a little weird because it's just so gambly. Which I think is what a lot of people like about it, but I kind of liked it when Tearlaments were consistent and not so like, you know what I mean? That is the best part. I know you feel that way. I know a lot of people feel that way. I personally don't think that's I don't think that's what I value the most. I do think it's fun. When you're playing this deck yourself, it's fun. I think when you're playing against it from a competitive like perspective and they're just like mill 5 with Kickolos and they just hit godly and you just feel like you lost the game for no reason. I think Tearlaments is the kind of deck where even the people that like it can kind of see where the people that don't like it are coming from. Are they going for game? Can I draw a fire monster? You like tier more than the recent tier 1 decks? I do like Tearlament over most of the stuff that happened in 23, like Yubel and Snake Eyes and Tenpai. I do not like Tearlament more than Ryzeal, I don't think. Bro, I did it. Hello. A fire monster. A fire monster. Heh. That Veiler wasn't bad there. I'm worried about the fact that that is 6,800 damage, which puts me at exactly 1,200 life points, which surely there is no card in Master Duel right now that every single deck can just pivot into that does 1,200 burn damage. So I feel like from their perspective, the best play is to just hit me right now and threaten that for the rest of the game. Or keep going and risk losing to like me drawing the worst fire monster, really. Okay, I guess it is. I asked for a fire monster. I got a fire monster. Sure. And the same Bestial again. Okay. It's still not game. Could pop their own Kaleido Heart. Oh, man. It's so shit. Because I don't have a single other Fire King, I can't activate the Kirin. I died to stupid Maxi normal summon because I didn't draw a single other friggin' stupid Fire King. Oh, man. Why is this deck so inconsistent? It's so fun if it wasn't for that. $60 cards. Yup. One starter. Get ashed anyways. Ooh. Even if I ash Branded Fusion here, I'm pretty sure the end phase is still gonna go unreasonably hard. Wait, does this even get to Branded Fusion now? I'm not sure. Oh, it does because they can grab Ringan's kid, I guess. Or Albion. They can go Albion and Grangoin all together. Yeah. Oh, they do go for Springan's kid. Okay. This deck is the most fun when you draw the Garunix. Because then, like, the battle phase becomes such a cool... Cool? Get danced on. Oh, okay, they're playing around it. All right. Playing around Garunix. I see. Sure. I want to trigger the Quem by summoning with a monster effect outside of the damage step. I have normal summoned. I can grab a Kirin during their turn anyways, but I could also be grabbing the Kirin. Okay, is there a fire monster? There is a fire monster. So good Promethean off these two. Master Duel should bring back Kirin to 3. They really should. They really should. That it was never reasonable that was the hit they chose towards Snake Eyes. Okay, we have triggered Grand Guignol now. Wait, is that a problem? That is kind of a problem. We got a wolf, add back Ash. But if I summon from the extra deck now, the Quem brings back Albaz, right? End phase is going to be slightly disgusting, I think, because they get the... Well, it's just the Branded in High Spirits and Cartesia. Okay. We'll see. Should have probably linked off the Garunic, so it's in the graveyard. But it's probably still going to be okay. Oh, no fusion at the graveyard. I thought it did. Oh, yeah, I know. I didn't attack that. I remember now. I didn't attack the Grango Ignol because I didn't want that to happen. Yeah. Okay. Before the end of the main phase. Sure. Attack SP. I don't care. It's actually a good question. Who outlasts who here? Like whether Fire can outlast Branded or Branded outlasts Fire. It's probably Branded, but my position is decent. So I don't know if they'd outgrind from this position. They do play a lot of these cards that help in this scenario, though. Like, they play freaking the Golden Sword Soul in Branded. Hating on Branded right now? I personally don't think Branded deserves to be hated right now. I personally think I can understand people that are tired of it because it's been around for a long time. That is just something that happens with every single deck that is like alive for a long time. That you'll find people that are tired of it. I think that's fair. I also think it's there are aspects of Branded that I personally dislike. For example, Sanctifier locks, which is something that I personally don't like. Do I blow this up? Oh no. They're in main phase 2. Okay. This is pure Fire King, yeah. Yeah, they probably think banishing that Garunix is a big deal because, like, the standard is 1 in Snake Eye Fire King. We do play 3 of it, so I'm not worried about that. The problem with making the rank 8 right here is the turn order. Because their turn player, Quem would be Chainlink 1 to revive from the graveyard, and my Exceed would be Chainlink 2 to destroy everything. So I would destroy everything, and then the Quem would bring back, like, something, like a Fallen of Albaz, that could then fuse with my Garunix. Which I think is why it's a bad time to do the rank 8. I don't think it's mandatory, no. No. The card in hand is unknown, right? That was the card they drew for turn. End phase. Okay. I'll be on. No, I don't get a Ponix next turn, unfortunately. I have Island up, which is good. The Mirror Jade has been used, but like it's iffy here. Branded end phase, am I right? Okay. Volcanics at least is a fire monster. The set is branded in red. If I use the effect of the rank 8 to try and destroy the red, they will just I'll get one less reborn off of it, which I didn't want. They are kind of running out of the good fusions. I guess Albion the Sanctifier is like the worst thing that happens here. I think. Can Sanctifier be destroyed, or was it just not targeted? Target. It can be destroyed. Okay, I know. Then Kieran just pops it. Nice Fuva. Nice Fuva. That was very fun. That was a very fun game. And that's, once again, I'll say it again. This is one of the reasons why I don't hate Branded, is because a lot of the times when I play against it, it is genuinely very, very fun because the deck is just so grindy. It's very powerful, but it is so grindy. And that's why I'm always so mad when they ruin a game with like a Sanctifier lock. Because I'm like, damn, that could have been such a good game if that just didn't happen. Which is why I've just been saying, like, do nothing to Branded but hit the Sanctifier and we're good. Like, we're good. The deck is fine to exist. But yeah. Okay. Okay. Let me... All right, so we're going to take a little bit of a look at what's been going on in the TCG right now, because I've been playing so much Master Duel since the Fiendsmith update. And I'm like, personally, I don't have a huge tournament coming up for the TCG, so I'm just kind of like vibing. You know, I've just been like, I even like the current format. I just haven't been playing much just because. But I did want to check in. Your interest in TCG seems low. That's not true. It's just because at the moment, like, I am in a period where I don't play as much, and that is always naturally something that will result in me focusing on other things, like, you know, streaming, Master Duel, that kind of stuff. Simply because there's no large tournament coming up for me, and I'm not doing the world's points grind for regionals at the moment. So like, I'm planning my return to locals soon, because I do want to get back into playing more TCG. So I'm gonna start going to locals again soon, and like reporting and telling you guys what kind of decks I've been messing around with and stuff like that. It's just I haven't been doing that a whole lot lately, so I kind of want to like check back in and see also like what's happened. My main point of interest here is, of course, what happens with Blue Eyes, because these are the first YCSs after Blue Eyes has happened, because we actually did have 2 YCSs last weekend, which unfortunately were both not streamed, which is why I think it's good that we showcased them a little bit. On the one hand, we had YCS Sydney happening with Frederick Camel winning with pure Ryziel, which we're going to take a quick look at it. If I remember correctly, it was a hand trap version of Ryziel. Yep, it is a pure Ryziel with Crossout and the basically just the good stuff hand traps. Fuva, Ash, Veiler, and Imperm. 1-off Droll for Crossout, I assume, and Nibiru. And 2 copies of Metaltronus, which is also pretty neat to have for Crossout. It is a fairly standard list. I do think Ryziel is the kind of deck where at the moment there's like limited amount of creativity in making a Ryziel deck. I do think the main thing that is when you're actually playing the game with Ryziel is the kind of deck that, like, to an extent builds itself, but is like the way you play it, I think, determines a lot. So I think that's fine, but there is not that much crazy thing to talk about here, I think. And that is probably the same with the Malice deck that got second, to be fair. Like, the format, we've already had the ban list talk and all that. The format is towards its end, you know, like this crossover breaker Malice Ryziel format is slightly is towards the solved side of things, I think. Like with most of the major YCSs out of the way now, we are nearing the end of the format. Everyone knows, like, okay, Metaltronus is a very, very good card against Ryziel, so a lot of people are main decking it even. We're seeing Dominus Impulse making a comeback here because it is powerful against other Malice decks. I think that's the main reason why I like Dominus Impulse as well. It's a card that kind of fell off in the OCG when Ryziel took over because it's considered to be not that good against Ryziel. I do ultimately think the card is still fine versus Ryziel because hitting Ice Ryziel is still okay. Sometimes hitting an Eclipse Twin in the graveyard can be neat, and you can still cover like the Fiendsmith side of things. So I still think playing Impulse is understandable. Yeah. Other than that, not too much here when it comes to Malice. The deck I did want to take a look at in a little bit more detail is Prime-Eyed Blue Eyes, which actually got 3rd place at YCS Sydney, which is pretty cool to see, actually, for Blue Eyes to take third place in a YCS right after its release, essentially. So that I think is pretty cool. The list here is, funnily enough, I have built a Blue Eyes deck for the next time I'm gonna go to locals. The list is very close to what I built and very close to what like a lot of people are doing with Blue Eyes at the moment. It's relatively standard for the early iteration of Blue Eyes, but it's just basically combining the Primite engine with 3 Ether Barrel, 3 Load, and 1 Drill Beam, with just a very, very narrow, I want to say, Blue Eyes package, with a lot of people have... You know, I've heard people have been complaining that the Blue Eyes deck isn't really a Blue Eyes deck because it doesn't play as many Blue Eyes cards. There still is a decent amount of Blue Eyes cards in there. I think it's fair to consider it a Blue Eyes deck. The video is good if you want to watch. We can check out the deck profile for the Blue Eyes. Yeah, I was gonna see some reasoning behind that. It is... Oh, it's Jojo. Let's see.
All right, what's good, YouTube? Balling on a budget here. We just had YCS Sydney over the past weekend. Dean made 3rd place.
Yep.
I came X2. I came 35th. I bubbled. X2, topping record, but oh well. Anyway, happy Dean did well. You really...
How big was YCS Sydney? Just for context, real quick. I didn't see the number when we were on the page earlier.
Really liked the list that I was on,
Yep.
so I gave him the list. First of all, big shout outs to Vlad.
Oh, 900. That's
we
not
couldn't
bad.
have done this without him. Like, a lot of the ideas, pretty much the list was his idea, and I made some changes, and then...
Oh yeah, the list is close to what Vlad played earlier, because I remember looking at Vlad's list when I built my Blue Eyes for locals. Vlad had a pretty similar list to this one as well, yeah.
I was seeing a lot of success for it, and then Dean was going to play Fire King.
Is 900 big for YCS Sydney comparisons? Like I don't know. Like, is that something is that a good turnout, or is that a mediocre turnout for Australia? Because I'm trying to grasp how it's usually looking.
And thank God he didn't.
Last year was 917. This one was 896. So about the same. Okay.
And so I gave him the list, and then you did really well. So.
Yeah, and shout out to Samuel, gave me all the cards.
Shout out to all the boys
Yep.
for lending us their energy. Woohoo! Shout out
boys.
to anyone else? I don't think so. Overall, the weekend was pretty good.
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah, everyone was really, really nice. Let's get into the deck profile. Here you go, if you want to go ahead and profile. So, played a 41 card main deck.
Yeah.
Obviously, Primate Engine.
Dragon.
I'm gonna throw something out there. I personally think there is a chance that in the long run, the Blue Eyes deck might end up establishing a slightly higher deck count than 40, because the first thing I noticed when playing around with it just a little bit is like there are a couple of one-ofs in there you would preferably not to see. It does remind me a little bit of Dragon Link in that sense, where the deck has pretty solid combos, and it's not the end of the world if you have like your True Light in hand or something, but you kind of do lose a card for no reason. So I think it's not a big deal to go slightly over 40 with Blue Eyes, and I also think it might end up being something that people will look back at the deck in like a few weeks or months and be like, yeah, it's probably just better to play slightly more. You do have to balance it out, because it's not like Dragon Link where almost any, like, you can just add more good starters to it. The Blue Eyes deck is a little limited in what exactly you want to start with, but I do think there's some other cards that you could consider a starter, and you could play around with it a little bit. I'm not saying you should immediately jump to like a 60 card deck to minimize your bricks, but I do think there's a world where you can add a couple of, like, maybe some good non-engine to it, maybe some other good starters that you're fine with, some consistency cards, and then maybe like a 43, 4, 5 kind of Blue Eyes deck could be solid.
Oh,
so
really? One QCR. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Three dragon.
Yep. 3 load.
3 Lordy load.
1 quick play.
Is maybe an argument, like, do you ever want to play more than this one, maybe?
No, just 1.
One's fine, right? Yeah.
I think Drill Beam is such a powerful card. I think the Primate Engine is very, very sick. And I probably agree with 1 Drill Beam. It's the kind of card that relies on other cards for it to be live, but it really is so good.
I think Harrison Nisho said he wanted to play 3.
Maybe,
yeah 3.
Yeah.
Neo Kaiser. I I think Neo Kaiser Seahorse is really, really underrated because everyone is just focusing on the Primite cards. Because I was working on a Blue Eyes video for the TCG, which I know I'm late to the party AF, but I was still considering still doing it because I just got my cards late and I was busy around the time of Blue Eyes release, so I didn't make it yet. But I did want to include some budget alternatives for the deck in the deck profile or in the video that I was gonna make for it. And I did look at the Neo Kaiser Seahorse, and I do think that card is pretty good. Like it's fine. You do not want to play it if you have access to the Primite cards in a 40 card version, but if you end up making your deck count bigger, then it could be an option.
This engine's just so broken. Like, the whole point of this deck is you just want to survive to turn 3, because if you survive to turn 3, you basically win the game, right?
Yeah, you loop in the resources.
Because you get this one back every turn, this one comes back in the standby phase. You get like the True Light summons back the 2 bodies.
Yeah, and you got the Purge back or the Imperm back.
Yeah, the Tyrant can get back like any trap card and
and
stuff
one more
like that.
Vela every turn.
Yeah, and one more Vela. So like the whole point of this deck is like really low to the ground, and you just want to survive to turn 3, because if you do, you pretty much win the game. And then,
which is a very fun concept, by the way. I wish more decks were built like, just conceptually, I want more Yu-Gi-Oh decks to be lower to the ground turn 1, but pretty neat like grind game. I think that's a good place to be. That's why I'm also a huge fan of the Blue Eyes deck conceptually.
these cards are broken in the grind game and you're never losing. So standard Primate Engine. Next we have the Goo Eyes.
2
Blue Eyes Red Dragon.
Yeah, standard.
All the bricks. Shout out to the bricks.
Yep. I draw a lot.
Yeah. Sometimes drawing this spell right here is not the worst, I feel like. The trap card can obviously also not be that bad. Like if you just have a playable hand, having the trap card already doesn't really hurt you. If you draw Mausoleum of White or True Light, you are effectively just losing a card. Like, because you would have gotten both of those for free in your combos. So that's annoying.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
This one.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Then 3 Sage, 3 Maiden.
Oh.
This one you definitely play 3 of, right?
Yeah. But
Like, you don't want to brick. The deck already is quite bricky. And then like worst case, if you draw like this already and...
Wait, people are arguing about whether this card is a 3 of? Nah, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Like, okay, what's the argument? The argument is it's -1 into Ash Blossom, I suppose, is the only thing I can think of. But, dude, that is one of the best consistency cards you could imagine for a deck. Because it's a spell card. It's not like you have to put like more normal summons into your deck to get higher consistency. No, this card is just great. Also, you're playing a deck that has a whole bunch of dead cards in it anyways that you don't want to draw. So pitching them off of that card is great. It also allows you to play like Fuvalos without being scared of it and stuff like that. I think that card is always a 3 of. I think it's a 3 of. I think this card is phenomenal.
can get to it, you can just set one off the True Light and then just discard the other one, right?
Yeah.
So
It's dead on later turns. I can see that. But this deck has very little issue with this sort of thing because it already accelerates at follow-up. Like this deck's main strength is its longer game. So if you can get to a turn 3, and then have like one dead card around, I think that is not a problem. Whereas the bigger problem is getting to that point and like making your board to begin with.
you can just set one off the True Light and then just discard the other one, right?
Yeah.
So
Sometimes you just discard this one and reset.
sometimes you like to side out a couple of these going second.
Yeah, like 2. or
Maybe
1.
like 2 going second.
Yeah.
Because you only ever need 1, and it's like when you're hand trapping a lot, you're losing cards, so you can just discard and side out 2 of them.
Yeah.
So this is where the deck list gets a bit funny. So Dean couldn't afford a 3rd Fuvalos. So he just took the deck and then just like kind of ruined it.
Yep.
So he put in the... So we have 3 Ash.
Yeah, 3 Ash.
This one's obviously...
Yeah.
2 Fuvalos.
Should be third one, but I cannot
should be
find.
Wait, I thought the list had 3 Fuvas. Oh, it really is only 2. Okay, I didn't even see that.
3rd one, that's
I couldn't afford 3 Fubas and then shows me 2 QCRs. Are you serious?
So I played the third one, but he couldn't find the third one.
Yeah,
so.
I only can borrow 2.
Yeah.
Bro probably had like 9 secret rares, but was like, I'm not playing that. I'm not playing secret rare Fubas. That's crazy.
Shout out to Levi. He
Shout out
has
to
3.
Levi.
I took 1 from him.
This one's crazy because you always get to search like 1 or 2 in the combo.
3 imperm.
This one's the best one.
Yeah, 3 purge. I want to talk about the purge. In the top 16 matchup, my opponent opened a cross.
Oh, you think this is JoJo's deck they're profiling? Okay, so JoJo is like kind of flexing on us with the rarities, but the other one was probably just trying to. Okay.
He's a pure riser. He play cross off, and he make the Galaxy Dragon first, the non-targeted one.
Purge is so good right now. Purge is so good right now, except for like the Malice matchup. It doesn't help that much, but like it's such a good card when everyone's doing like cross out, talents, Starleash, Photon plays. It's so good to be playing Purge right now. That's one of the main reasons why I like the Blue Eyes deck.
And make the dual drive second, and open the Fuse Spell from hand. It go effective.
Play around everything.
Play around everything. Not
Can't be
purge.
purge.
I purge him. Okay, pause.
And then sometimes this one's really good because you can always set it back off Tyrant, and then you'll obviously have like the Majesty. You might have this engraved. So like having this for the grind game against Ryzel especially is like really strong. So there's no Nibiru in the main deck because I guess like the problem with Nib is like it's not good versus Blue Eyes at all if they play well, and like versus Ryzel by itself it doesn't do enough. It's decent versus the Malice obviously, but like I ended up cutting the 3 Nibs for the 4 losses, the 3 Fuas in the main deck, because this one's just too strong going second, and like you need a way to go second in this format. So like, we just cut Nib altogether from the deck.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But we play 3 tactics.
This is the best card in the list. All weekend.
Yeah.
This one.
If you're playing TCG right now, if your deck doesn't have talents, you're just not playing Pot of Greed.
Was super hard because like with this deck, all you're trying to do, like I said, is to survive to turn 3. So if you get to turn 3, and you're able to play around everything with this deck. Shout outs to Kodak because like he told me a lot with this deck. And if all you're trying to do is just play around everything. That's why we didn't play like cross out and stuff like that, because this deck can naturally play around Bestials. It can play around Nibiru. It can play around like all the hand
or
traps,
Forceful
like
Sentry, yeah, sure.
as well. And so like this makes it even easier because as long as you can know what's in their hand, you can perfectly time like all your interruptions. You can hit all of their stuff. You can just play around anything else, and then the TTT is just really good. And going second is also a really good reason, which we'll show in the extra deck.
1 Paul.
Yeah.
And 1 Michael Bar.
This should be the 3rd Fool Loss, but
I cannot find
can't afford.
Yeah.
So, would you maybe play the 3rd Fool Loss over this in the future?
For sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Would you find room for the call buy? Was it good?
It's fine.
It's like whatever.
Yeah. Would you play 41?
I call by
This was 41. This is already 41.
GG, bro.
I call by the Dragoon.
This is already 41. GG, bro. Can't make it 42, dude.
The water deck. So he just
Nice.
swoop.
Also, you can hit like the Fiendsmith Desiree because that's a bit difficult for this deck to deal with because Desiree can send True Light.
It's funny how I feel like someone playing 41 cards is like widely accepted in Yu-Gi-Oh, but like as soon as you go over 42 or something, it's kind of like you're crazy, you know? Like 41, probably just couldn't fit. Like not the one I've called by is the 41st card. You know, that's fine, that's reasonable. But 42, that's crazy.
So like I guess having a call by is also kind of nice.
Yeah, but I want.
Realistically, it should be the 3rd Fool Loss, but he couldn't find it. So bullying on a budget.
Yep.
I guess next let's just do the side deck next. So what you have like 3 Ultimate Slayer.
Very good.
This one is the best one into the Ryzel deck. Obviously, nothing really to be said here.
What's the reasoning for Slayer over Metaltronus?
So the Metaltronus, it's not as good. I feel like it can get ashed first of all.
And DDD can negate that one. Caesar.
Yeah, Waking Caesar can negate that one too.
I think the main reason to play Metaltronus is because it's more main deckable than Slayer. I think that's why people are maining it. If you are looking for a dedicated side deck card, yeah, Slayer is like better.
And this one, at least standard cost can negate something on a few.
Yeah, this one's just like the cleanest way to out it because it's like the Metaltronus. I feel like unless you're specifically playing Ryzel mirrors, like doesn't have as much value. Like you can summon like Blue Eyes White Dragon of the Metaltronus, sorry, but sometimes they have Duo Drive and like the attack
Metaltronus summon Blue Eyes is crazy behavior.
of the detonator is not 3k and it makes it a little bit awkward. So if Duel Drive is on the board, like your Metaltronus is a little bit shaky. So
Yeah, you have to play the one in your X deck.
yeah,
That's
and it's
kinda sucks.
it's like decent in the mirror, I guess, but like they can always train Spirit and like they can.
Metaltronus is the craziest card in the Malice mirror. If you're playing Malice yourself, yeah, that's the thing. Metaltronus does always depend on what kind of deck you're playing yourself. Because obviously, if you're playing Ryzeal or Malice right now, it is so much easier to just play Metaltronus and main deck Metaltronus because you're gonna have good targets versus at least one of the two best decks and most played decks in the format. If you're playing Rogue and other decks, like you're probably more inclined to play like Slayer with that stuff because yeah, it is the higher impact card, but it is less main deckable because it's not a quick play spell.
Have True Light to chain to the Metaltronus. Like it's a little bit. I think in practice it doesn't work out as much.
Yeah.
These ones obviously for the Blue Eyes deck also really good. We would side invest the Ryzeal and the Malice deck because like if you
Lightning Storm is really good right now. I feel like I think this format is the main reason why I like this current format is because it doesn't really force you to go either direction, like full on hand traps to stop what they're doing or full on board breakers so you can draw 3 board breakers to deal with what they're doing. I really like how the current decks, and that's even including Malice to an extent, are like you can realistically win against most decks in the format right now if you just draw like a mix of things where you don't have to hand trap him 4 times. It's fine if you hit like a choke point versus Ryzeal and then like Lightning Storm their non-engine away or something like that, because a lot of non-engine is like Solemn Strike, Imperm, Ryzeal Cross next to it as well, so like you always get some value. Or like Lightning Storm against Malice at least deals with like the Abao into Griffins sort of stuff, or like Slayer does the same thing. So that is something I really enjoy whenever you can do that.
Lingering Floodgate hand trap that deck. They're gonna end on a half board, and then like this can like clean up whatever backroom they have. It hits the Solemns, hits the
If you
Shrines.
remove the fuse spell, the game can be very easy.
Yeah, if you hit like the cross, like it's obviously a lot easier. And then obviously you need these for the mirror match. And then 3 Judgment.
Going first.
Like this one, it's like obviously Solemn Strike's better, but our deck sucks and dies to back row removal.
Yeah.
Because everyone's citing these cards, so you need these ones to stop like these ones. It's a bit crap into Malice though.
Opinions on Blue Eyes and Bestials in Blue Eyes. I think Bestials are great in Blue Eyes. Bestials are great this format, and like it's a dragon deck, so the Magnamoot even has added utility. The problem is basically if you play Dominus Purge, I would not play Bestials. But if you don't like Purge, or you want to play a more budget friendly version, you can play Bestials. Of course, Druid Worm is still an expensive card, but like you could play like 1 Druis, 1 Baldrake, one Druis, 1 Magna or something over the Purges.
Like it's a really scary, like because you have to pay so much life points. And then Dean played. Oh, well, we both played Lancia, obviously.
Yeah,
you need
for
6
sure.
spots for Malice, obviously. So this one's really good. And then Dean couldn't afford Meows,
Yeah.
so he played Chaos Hunter instead.
But this one very good with with
Which is not even strictly worse than Meows, by the way. Like Chaos Hunter is just high risk, high reward. But if it works, it works.
Malice. But
My only problem with this one is like they're on Cerberus, they're on Thrust, they're on Talent, they're on Metaltronus.
so I'm gonna keep the Purge when I play the Chaos Hunter.
Because you can hit the Thrust after, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty
I did a couple times.
Yeah, that's fair. I think like, do you think you would play Meows if you could in the future?
Not
instead?
really.
I played Meows
Okay,
instead.
Chaos Hunter first, and then Purge the Thrust is obviously a good play. But you are kind of forced to do it that way around, right? You cannot Purge first because it would lock you out of using Chaos Hunter. Or maybe what they mean is like they would normally side out Purge against Malice, but because of Chaos Hunter, they would leave it in the deck.
I think this card's a bit better. It plays into less things, but I mean, he came 3rd place, so whatever.
Yeah, but I don't really enjoy to put the
Judgment,
when I play with Malice because they always shift me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I need something to fight back.
Yeah, beautiful. So extra deck, play Double Spirit.
I actually think Judgment is very good against Malice if they Shifter. Because under Shifter, their extension is also limited. So if you can like Judgment the first Link 3 that they try to make, I think it's very hard for Malice to keep playing.
Spirit. Sorry, I'm missing my other Spirit. 1 sec.
Yeah.
Just give me a sec.
No! Hey, what's happening?
Alright.
Okay.
Hey, 1 sec.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry. Play 2 Spirit.
Yeah.
Good card. Or we can, like, most of the time when you want to play around, like, Nibiru, you can just make 1 Spirit. A lot of the Blue Eyes players aren't very good, and they'll make double Spirit and then just get nibbed and lose everything. But usually you can just end on 1 Spirit, and then...
Keep the Maiden effect.
Yeah, you keep the Maiden.
Yeah.
And then if you, like, you can try to go to end phase, and then if they nib you, you can just use True Light to set Wishes, and then Wishes can get, like, Roar.
Yeah.
Something else, and then you can summon Blue Eyes, get back to the Maiden.
This video is 50% deck profile, 50% flex.
You can make bigger.
Where's the extra? Oh, there.
Yeah.
We played 1 Ultimate Spirit. A lot of the time I only summon this one when I want to, like, I've used a monster effect.
Yeah.
And you want to play around TTT.
Yeah. That's
so,
the only
like,
time.
that's the only time you really ever summon this one.
Yeah, otherwise just keep it.
Otherwise you just keep the Spirit.
It's very hard to remove this one.
Yeah, this one's like impossill. Like, sometimes you just AFK Arena, you just sit on this.
Yeah.
And, like, they can't.
AFK Arena.
They can't out it. Lightstorm Dragon, really good. Sometimes you're able to go second, like pop 2 back rows, then make Tyrant, clear everything, and then like really good, really strong.
And when this one dies, I can set the trap back.
Yeah, you can get the trap back. This one's in theory really good. I never really summoned this one.
Some ones with Marlis to bounce a link stream, but still lost that one. No.
Yeah. These 2, obviously, you need to. Definitely need to. We don't play Magnemite, so this one's not as good, but like sometimes in a grind game.
Yeah, like maybe you only open the primary dragon, just the only thing you can do is this.
Yeah, sometimes it's just like Seal's Pass.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you open like Lordy Load, you can like make this with Lordy Load, and then if you have Fool Loss, I did that.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I didn't do that.
Like I can like Tributors cost, bounce my Lordy Load, have no cards on the field, and then Fool Loss.
I guess like Shifter as well.
Yeah,
the mouse deck.
yeah. This one is cracked. You can take Detonator with this one. Also, like crashing it.
Yeah,
going
Lina's
second.
good right now.
Maiden is really good.
Maiden.
Sometimes if you already have that, then instead you can just make SP instead.
Yeah, sometimes if you only open the primate, you can just go this one in.
Yeah.
Sure.
Then we played the Ultimate Spirit and the Tyrant. These are the best cards in the extra deck, maybe. Super strong in the grind game.
These are the best cards in the extra
The
deck.
targeting protection
Maybe.
of this one's really good too.
True.
Really strong.
A lot of my opponents don't know the effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just negate
Yeah.
and destroy.
Yeah. Aggregator, obviously for the Slayer. This one's really good. Sometimes a bit awkward under Purge, but like you can just summon this.
Yeah, but no effect is fine.
No effect is fine because it still turns off Detonator, so you
Yeah.
can still like resolve Maiden. You can still resolve Lordy Load to get to Drill Beam for the next turn. Pretty good. And then the best, this one, the spicy one, the Zeus. So like,
Talent's take.
I think I
Yeah.
won 3 Ryzel matchups because like they would just activate Detonator. You go Tactics to take. They have to pop their own Detonator, so you just take Duo Drive. And they just swing and you make a 4 material Zeus sometimes. And then that's usually game. And then that can like trade with their other back rows and stuff like that, which is really good.
Yeah, I never summoned this one, but it's a very good game.
Yeah, it came up for me a lot.
Yeah.
Like, anyway, that was pretty much the deck profile. Any shoutouts you want to say? Anything else?
Shout out to everyone. Shout out to Samuel. Give me the
So
cards.
that play relies on your opponent to have a 3 material duo drive, right? And they have to like not detach from it, which I guess can happen. Or maybe you ash it or you purge it beforehand. Yeah.
Shout out to Jojo. Give me the list.
Woohoo! Shout out.
Thank you for the 7 months and happy birthday. Appreciate you.
Shoutouts to Vlad again. Shoutouts to everyone else. And shoutouts to Pojang. Anyways, thanks for watching.
All right. That was a insightful deck profile. I do think this is like pretty close to what I would consider the best way to play Blue Eyes right now. It is, of course, not budget whatsoever, which is, I think, what kind of people were hoping for with the structure deck. But I do think there's other ways to do it as well. If you're looking for more budget options, I think like a Bestial approach without Purge is also fine. And then I don't know how easy it is to replace the Primites with other normal summons, since the Link one, I mean, the Link one is rather generic, you know, any level 4 lower dragon or spellcaster. So I do think like something like even Neo Kaiser Seahorse or something like that can work. But yeah, deck's pretty good. It is budget. They are on 2 Fuva. True. Actually true. It was budget Blue Eyes because 2 Fuvalos. So yeah, that's what's been going on at YCS Sydney. YCS In El Salvador, they had a 3v3 YCS, which was won by Cameron Neal, Christian Urena, and Kamal Crooks Valdez. With a pure Ryziel Mermail lineup, which is interesting. Then we had, let me see what else we had. It was a very, very cracked top 8. There was a lot of good players in top 8. I followed it a little bit over on Twitter with people posting updates. There was a lot of cool action going on there that I wish was streamed. In terms of the decks that came out of it, like, I'm trying to see if there's something that we haven't covered, like, or that we don't know exactly yet. Like, we have Ryziel, pure Ryziel, we've got Mermail, we've got Ryziel Fiendsmith, Ryziel Mitsurugi, Ryziel Fiendsmith, Ryziel Mitsurugi. Okay, so Triff and Sam were on Malice Fiendsmith, whereas Pack was on Ryziel Mitsurugi. Yeah. And Blue Eyes Primite over here. Unknown, Ryziel Fiendsmith. A lot of Ryziel Fiendsmith in this one. Not that much Mal. What's the overall breakdown? So we've got YCS, it's over here. Pack was also on Malice from what I heard, and the sheet is wrong. Oh, okay. Okay, might be incorrect then. YCS 3v3, top 16. 56% Ryziel, 8% unknown, 6 Malice only, so 12.5%. Some Blue Eyes, some Pure Fiendsmith, some Mermail, and Ubel. YCS Sydney had a little less Ryziel, a little bit more Malice. But in the grand scheme of things, that is what's been going on in the TCG at the moment. It's just still Ryziel and Malice format, which I personally find somewhat... I mean, I think the format is fine, playing-wise. Like, I think going to a tournament in this format is absolutely fine. I don't mind it at all. I think it's a completely fine format at the moment. I'm not happy about every single thing in the format, but I think Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG right now is doing good. And the only reason why I personally am not super invested is because my next tournament coming up that I'm currently planning to attend is German Nationals, which is a couple months down the line. And I'm not really doing regional points grind, but I just wanted to get that out there so people understand why at the moment there is more Master Duel content happening. I am trying to get more TCG back into it. Like, I'm trying to go to locals more often and try to stay up to date with the format. Also with Maze of the Master and stuff like that. I'm trying to get in that as well. Germany did have a very, very big regional this weekend, the German Open, which I unfortunately was not able to attend. I did have a Challenger Cup planned on that weekend already before I knew the German Open was going to happen. Otherwise, I would have probably told them to move the Challenger Cup to like the Sunday or something. But that was won by Memento, interestingly enough. So we're going to take a quick look at that. I don't think... Wait, is main deck Molcharmy Meowls? Hold up. So what we have here? We've got the 1 Creation, 3 Anguish, 2 Darkblade, which I've seen sometimes because people don't want to play too many normal summons. 3 Tatsuno Toshigo, 1 Horned Dragon, 2 Goblin, 1 Mace, 1 Sleepy, 1 Ugly Fish, 1 Gatic. Main deck Meowls is an interesting technology. Dagda I've seen people do beforehand with Artifact Lancia, which is evil, but it does work against Malice going first. I've seen people do this in Ryziel at some point, like a couple weeks ago. They were doing Dagda and then setting Lancia, and as soon as your opponent breathes, you just detonate or pop your own Lancia. Yeah. So that's a thing. Other than that, but I wonder what the reasoning behind main decking Molcharmy Meowls is. Especially considering there's no Fuva. Maybe we're just extra scared of Malice, and we didn't have Fuva or something like that. I don't really see a world where Molcharmy Meowls is better than Fuvalos. But if it's your budget replacement and you're scared of Malice, then I guess it's fine. It also does help with the Fiendsmith Ryziel a little bit. You know, if they start with the Fiendsmith plays and you Meowls them, it immediately replaces itself, and then they are not incentivized to they are not incentivized to go for like the revive off of like Node Ryzeal and stuff like that. So it's okay. Yeah, I don't think Memento is in a bad spot right now at all. Like I think there is an argument to be made that decks like Mermail and Memento are probably the best like all-in combo decks at the moment that sacrifice some non-engine slots for more engine, basically. Like this deck has less non-engine space than a Ryzeal deck, and the same is true for most Mermail decks. But the thing is, like right now, I think these high engine count decks are not in a bad position because going second, especially against Ryzeal decks, if you have a strong engine hand, I think you can win off of just like one non-engine. You don't need to draw 3 non-engines to break a Ryzeal board. We can take a quick look at Christian Urena's Mermail deck. Yeah, I did see the tweet earlier. He did post it on YouTube as well. So let me bring that up real quick. That is obviously part of the winning team for YCS El Salvador. Let's take a look at that.
Hey guys, what's up? Christian Urena yugioh here again. We
Is the sound scuffed just for me?
just won YCS El Salvador. A team that's me, Kamal, and Cam. Again, shout out to Kamal and
Is it supposed to sound like that?
Cam for carrying me all weekend. We all did really well, and it was a great tournament. Everyone, like, when they first bring up Mermail, their first instinct is like, oh, it's just a rogue deck, like it's gonna lose to Duel or Detonator. Why would you play this deck?
It's a little bit like a robot, right?
And every time I even try to play it in like a quarter or whatever, everyone would be like, oh, why are you playing that? You're just wasting your time. And he's like one of the only people that actually helped me come up with the combos. And
Hold on. Let me refresh that real quick. I refuse to believe that's what it should sound like.
hey guys, what's up? Christian Urena yugioh here again.
Bro is a machine, to be fair.
We just won YCS. When they first bring up Mermail, their first instinct is like, oh, it's just a rogue deck, like it's gonna lose to Duel or Detonator. Why would you play this deck? And every time I even try to play it in like a quarter or whatever, everyone would be like, oh, why are you playing that? You're just wasting your time. And he's like,
It might
no,
just be
but
the
I actually
video.
helped come up with the combos and actually just believed in the deck and believed in like just the
Yeah. I want to say, before we even hop right into this, I am not surprised that Mermail in the hands of a good player can win a YCS. Like, not in the slightest. The Mermail deck is freaking scary. It's not the best deck in the format, I don't think, overall, but it's such a scary deck. It's so powerful when it gets to go first, and it even freaking beats a lot of boards going second if they don't include Abyss Dweller. I think that's one of the things that I would be most worried about if I was playing Mermail, is that people find out you're playing Mermail as soon as you make like top cut, and then they make Dweller even game 1 if they get to go first. But overall, like, this deck is so scary and so powerful, and I'm actually glad it won a YCS so that people realize, like, this format is not all about Ryzeal and Malice. They are the most popular, but this Mermail deck is scary, and I'm low-key hoping that they actually do something about Mermail on the next ban list, because like I'm scared of that deck. Like, that deck combos you into oblivion.
way that worked. And he helped out with a combo spreadsheet. That's gonna be a link in the description if you guys want to look at it. I didn't work on it solely by myself, so it's not all mine, so I can't like just post videos about it. And most of the process will like they're just gonna go into, so that'll be in the description if you guys want to learn like the combos of the deck. There's a lot of different 2-card combos, 1-card combos, and after this, squad, dragoons, squad plus any like card that discards it, squad. Not just a bunch of different combos, because like there's so many different 2- and 3-card combos this deck has. There's even some barrier statue combos if you guys like
Gang,
barrier
gang.
statue combos. Like, I didn't play barrier statue, but some people like those as well. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll just go to the deck as well. So, start the deck. Green after this is the best card. You always want to open this card if you can. Has 2 great effects. Sense for cost. A lot of people know that. Just an insane card. Best card. You always want to open it. 3 Shadow Squad. This card is custom. All the new cards that came out are just insane. Sidra. And I guess this is the newest one is Shrine. These are like the newer cards that just came out. This card summons any level 7, so you can summon Sidra or Koalacan. That's other big fish we played. Or it can add you into your hand, so if you want to add Tejas as well. Yeah, these cards are insane. Like, there's just more copies in Neptune. Same thing with the Dragoons in your deck. Everything kind of just tutors itself. There's just a bunch of cards that search each other. So like, these are just more copies in Neptune, or more copies of every card in your deck.
Damn, the
these are
ulti
more copies of
Dragoons.
these, and you go second or first, or this.
I'm not impressed by any of the QCRs, but damn the ulti Dragoons and the ulti Tias.
For your deck. Yeah, these cards just are all amazing. This card I wanted to play 3. The issue is when you go first, it doesn't do anything unless you draw one of the cards that are good to discard. But this card's so good that you can consider playing 3 in the future. It helps crack boards. Going first, it is a half starter. It's like you draw like 1 Magician and a Shark. Like obviously by itself, Magician doesn't do anything, but with Shark, it's pretty good. So, yeah, I like this card. Is just custom. It's insane going second. Could see myself playing 3. Dragoons is not once per turn. These cards once per turn now. If they made this card not once per turn, it'd be even crazier. But
How expensive is Mermail right now? I mean, you're not forced to play it this way, right? If is there? I think Abyss Pike is expensive, which is kind of stupid because that's a really old, like, rare card. And Abyss Gaios is kind of expensive. I think the rest of it, other than the fact that the deck usually plays Charmies, but like, other than that, I think the core is not that expensive. Like, you need Abyss Pikes and Abyss Gaios, which are expensive, but the all the newer stuff is not that sought after.
insane. I don't know why. You can use this card infinite times per turn. You can do like even 5 times a turn sometimes. You can use all 3, bring them back, use them again. So yeah, that card's crazy. And squad, this card's crazy. Makes you guys level 7 to make Trey or Gaios or Big Decider later when you want to rank up. Yeah, this card's insane. Tejas, consider you all the Mermails, or consider you the other Atlanteans that are treated.
How much are pikes? Mermail, Abyss Pike. Just for context, Abyss Pike. Mermail, Abyss Pike from Abyss Rising. For a rare card, you're looking at, in not even so good condition. These are all from Italy, even like $7-8. The first one from Germany, for me personally, would be $8.50. So it's more about like $10 bucks, I think, for Mermail Abyss Pike. And then Gaios. Mermail Abyss Gaios is, oh, it's an OTS pack 27, but only in Portuguese. Oh, they do that sometimes. Okay, yeah, that doesn't really help, I guess. Regular Abyss Rising Gaios is like 30. So yeah,
A couple of them. So this card just got better as well. Super good.
Why are there region differences? Sometimes they print cards in OTS packs and they put different versions into the Portuguese one because certain cards, I think, don't have a Portuguese printing or something like that. The Portuguese OTS packs sometimes have different cards in them. And it's only Portuguese. Like, I remember picking up, I have Portuguese common Gladiator Beast War Chariots because they were in a Portuguese OTS pack at some point, and that's the only way they came in common, I think. Which I forgot what the reason for it was, or if I even ever knew the reason for it. But I think it was just to increase the accessibility of those cards in like all the regions that primarily use Portuguese cards.
Oh, I also want to give a huge shout out to all the Mermail.
Because yeah, maybe some of these packs weren't printed in Brazil or something like that. I don't know the exact reasoning, but just know there's sometimes a difference in card pool in the OTS packs, which apparently they decided to put Mermail Abyss Gaios in the Portuguese version of it, but not in everyone else's, which is kind of weird because that would have been a really good card to put into the OTS pack. But no, only the Portuguese version has it now. But I guess there is a common Portuguese Abyss Gaios now. The more you know.
Content that's out there, because when we were first looking into this deck, like, it was very hard to find good Mermail content. Like, Julius was there. I've seen a couple videos, like the top. If you top the whites with this deck, I watched a video and I took as many notes as I could about every like thing I could try to do with this deck. I tried Diva, I tried Bear Statue, tried countless of different combos. Me and my friends, we've gotten like 2 to 3 counts top 10 rated on the one, just playing nonstop with this deck and trying to figure out the best ratios we could figure it out. And this is what worked the best for us. So I'm happy that we put the time in. Because after Birmingham, I realized like I couldn't play Fiends with Raza because it was just too safe and not like it just doesn't do enough. And this deck was like, if you went first, you win the match. Like you win every time you go first as long as you draw a playable hand. And it's just game. Koala Kent does that. You win going second against Dwellers and Drolls. You just Shrine Summon it, or you can go Keeper. Keeper summon from your hand. That's why you play the Keeper, because sometimes it is unfortunate you draw it, but it is what it is because you play Keeper to summon from your hand, so that's kind of cool. But this card can summon you 4 guys from your deck, which I'll go over those cards because I didn't go over those yet, but you literally summon 4 cards from your deck, which is like crazy. Literally Soul Charge from your deck. 4 fish monsters.
Soul Charge from your deck.
Bahamut Sharks. Pretty much everything. So these cards are...
You do realize that this card came out before Soul Charge. Considerably.
I'll be having a masterclass as well. That'll probably be like either next Friday or Thursday, and then I'll kind of go over the side patterns as well, because you can't obviously keep all these cards and going second. And we'll kind of explain to you guys like what you can take out and when you can keep in, and what is an engine requirement for your deck. Because yeah, it's hard to fit everything.
I find it so hard to think about what they should hit about this deck. Because like banning Neptibus would outright eliminate this this version of Mermail, this modern Mermail, which I think is like not what they want to do. Even though I would prefer that, but I don't think they will do that. Everything else is like, are we really banning Mooling Glacier or Deep Sea Minstrel, which is some of the other like suggestions I've seen? Are we banning Deep Sea King, Coelacanth? Even the Toad ban, is like good or in regards to hitting this deck, but like it's probably still very scary even without Toads.
You get 5 waters, you Mooling Glacier them, they'll have like 1 card left after the wall, so whatever. And if you do any non-engine, which I'll show, you have that 1 non-engine or 2 non-engine that you drew, and they have 1 card that might be a break. The other break that they're getting back, which is like a hand trap or something, and you can just win the game like that. Yeah, I think this card's very necessary. People do like the Bear Statue, I don't hate it. I think it just requires you to kind of play a little bit more into their hand, and I did not like that, but I like engine Mooling Glacier a lot. And the last card's Infantry. It's a break. I think I've seen a couple people not play this, but I like enjoyed this card a lot because I can like send it off of the side when I go second.
I think they should ban Dweller. See, I agree with you. I think they should ban Dweller, but I'm scared of what this deck can do when the Dweller is not around, dude. Like that thought is scary to me. Like this is really this is your moment where you kind of understand the Max C defenders, where they're like, but if they ban Max C, aren't combo decks going to be crazy? That's how I feel with Dweller and Mermail, which I always which is normally not a logic I like, but like with Dweller I'm like convinced it should be banned, but this deck, you know, this deck is so scary.
Pop crosses, made out interruptions. It was good on my bonus turn because I can go.
Like I don't even know what would happen right now if the best deck in the format wasn't a rank 4 turbo. If the friggin' best deck in the format didn't make Dweller, this deck might be the best deck in the game right now. If that wasn't the case.
A side draw, send infantry with like either Glacier or Shrine. I can either Glacier or Shrine. Discard like Neptune Sunbeck, a side draw, send infantry, and then I can go.
Gravekeeper's Inscription still exists. Look, those are not even close to comparable. One is in your extra deck and always accessible. The other one is Gravekeeper's Inscription.
Or Dweller. So kind of just gives you like an extra 2 pops or 1 pop on your opponent's turn, which is like super huge sometimes. Especially against Razzle, because like they'll make like a duo and you just pop in and like you're gonna get down here, but it doesn't matter because you're gonna have so much follow up. So spell cards, these are just consistency cards. That's the only card I can flank use here. But
one small world.
Yeah, these are just more copies of all the cards in your deck. There's like display breaks, but you just want to have like the max amount of consistency cards. Small world was like a last minute addition. I've seen a lot of people play, and I was like, I'll try it. It was really good because I actually came up where I can search Lanceo with this, revealing Tejas in a lot of lines, and just getting Lanceo going first is good too. The last card was the Callbagger spells. This is just like for shifter and random spells going or random hand shots going first. Small world is kind of cool. It kind of worked like Callbagger too. Sometimes you can search Ash Blossom if your hand is like really good. Now you can beat like the Fualos as well, and like kind of like do that. But yeah, so this is really good. You can search Ash Blossom, you can search Neptune, you can search whatever missing piece you need. Yeah. 3 Impulse, 3 Impermanence. These are non-engine, 3 Ash, and then the 6 Charmies. Yeah, I think pretty self-explanatory. Pearl Leaving Water is really good. You can pitch with Tejas and other cards in your deck. Balls is really good. Kind of forces them to choose whether they want to make Detonator or Dweller. They can go for both, but you're going to have so many cards that usually you can beat that. And if they go for one, you can kind of, obviously in a perfect world, like if they go for Dweller, you can still go for like beside or bounce their random back, or they have left, hopefully you snipe like an Imperm, and then you go like Koala, can't pitch a card, hopefully that resolves. Obviously it's like asking for a bit, but I mean, yeah, the deck's not perfect, obviously there's issues, but I think any deck, like if your opponent summons a Detonator and a Dweller, like you're gonna have a tough time, right? So I don't think there's a reason not to play this deck, because every deck loses to Dweller Detonator, so I don't think there's like a real reason to not play whatever deck you want to play this format. Yeah, for extra deck, Glacier, some people don't play this, but I really liked it. Just in testing it, where it came up a lot, where you can just summon this sometimes.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy that this deck has so much room for non-engine still. Right, it's like 15 hand traps, Called by the Grave, and stuff like that, and still pops off like crazy, like there's no tomorrow.
Your next turn, gets you some follow up. It's really good. Like Keeper, like talk about, it only really comes up when you summon a Koala can from your hand. Sometimes you can banish cards with it. Yeah.
They are going over 40 for it. That's
Hagrid Wizard does. This came up twice. Sometimes you only just click cards to get a draw. Sometimes you need cards to discard for combos. Clear Nib token. I mean, not Nib specifically. Came up when I got shifter one time. I did someone to draw. Like I do like non-engine when I was in a shifter to kind of like live an extra turn, and that actually did matter a lot. So For 7s, Gaios and Trite. Gaios just negates everything. Trite. Oh, this has another effect too, level 5 Riot can't attack. That's pretty relevant with pistols and stuff this format. And Fenrir's and whatever. This card is Monster Born. I didn't play the Trap Brick because my deck I didn't really want to play that many bricks. I already played the Crocodile. I don't know if I shouted out Julius already, but Julius helped me a lot with the side pattern as well with these type of cards. But yeah, the Crocodile's insane. Like super mandatory. Do not cut that. The card is crazy. The side draw, this card's even more insane. Like these cards are good, and you get the stack of free card on top of it. That spins 3 and sends a card from your deck to cost. The card's custom. 2 totally awesome. 2 Bahamut. You use these to make your end board. Totally awesome's awesome. 2 Synchros, Monasterosaurus, and Changing. Play the Crocodile, so I definitely need this to summon back whatever level 4 and then make a Trite or a Gaios or whatever. Depending, because all the combos change depending on your draw your waters. Changing, really good with Trite. So you can banish Trite, discard a card, draw a card, banish card with Changing. Really big. If when you put someone's Chaos Angel, you can summon Changing and a bunch of guys and attack them and try to attack the Chaos Angel to kill them. So that comes up.
Code legal is crazy. I mean, let's be real here, okay? Every time you overlay 2 level 2s to make Toad, it feels fine. But this deck just kind of goes a little crazy with it.
It's really good. Not the gang. These are good. Makes your guys untargetable, so when you end them like Toad and whatever you have, guys. They can't target us with X, so they have to go like X, negate aggregator. And they still get the chain block it, so you can just Gaios it. Then you have 2 Toad negates, and then you have like Shrine and Bitch Infantry or Nephthys to summon back the side or to bounce another card. Yeah, definitely good play this guy. It's really good. Core enemy. Yeah, it's really good link to you. Someone's back.
I can see them doing something weird, like limiting Toad or something. Which I wouldn't even agree with, but I guess they do play too.
Any of your guys that are 15 or less. Yeah, can't make Glacier after it because it's Cybers, but
No, I put Toad to 0 on my ban list, wish list / prediction. Like I put it to 0. As much as I hate Paleo Frogs, I'm not the Paleo Frogs is not the main reason or not the main way to summon Toad anymore. Like everyone else abusing that card way more than I can with Paleo Frogs. So like I think it might be time.
card's crazy. So a lot of times you're summoning back squad to make your guys level 7 so you can
Would it make sense to ban Bahamut Shark? I think it would, but I don't think they're going to do that.
make like your Trite or your guys. It's really good. And then side deck. The side deck we talked about a lot. We tried cross out, we tried droplet, we tried a bunch of different cards. These are just the cards that work the best for us. If you want to play droplet or cross out, feel free to. I just didn't want to play cross out because you had to leave a bunch of random one-offs in your deck, like Pirelli's or Fualis is going first. Kind of defeats the purpose because you want your deck to be really consistent going first too. So
Yeah, that sums it up. We will miss Toad, but if it dies, it's for the greater good. Yeah,
all
exactly.
these breaks in kind of sucks. So the only going first cards excited really was the 2 talents and the deep stream control. Minstrel again, like
Minor speaking mistake. Wait, what did I say?
make some more 2-card combos in your deck. You can just hit whatever card you want. Even if the chain falls, it's actually perfect for you because you can just hit whatever else is there, and then just like play without something from your deck or extra deck, and just hit like 2 more cards of Moon Glacier and try to set up like a pop with infantry or like a
You said you hated Paleo? Oh, I love Paleo is probably what I meant to say.
side bounce and pop. If you got like an Astral Imperm, like they're gonna have 1 card left to your
Small
Imperm
difference.
so it's already good enough as it is. And then the cards that you put in first would be like 3 Niv if it's like some random mid-range deck. Pretty much anything not Malice, you pretty much put the 3 Nivs in with these, take out the Charmies, and then if you're playing against Malice, you put like the 3 Lances over the Nivs against Malice. And then the other 3-sided cards, 3 Encore. This card is so good against Dwellers and Detonators. It's like the best option at the moment. Because Droplet does work, but I don't want to discard a lot of my cards. I don't play that many spells as it is, so I don't want to be like, I want to discard like 2 cards from hand and have like 1 or 2 cards left to play after that, because if they have 1 copy on it, you're going to lose. Encore kind of just the deck is you're going to hit the Dweller, hit the Detonator, then on Detonator, and like still win. Yeah, this card is like 100% mandatory. Definitely mandatory. Nibiru is really good. Something cool with Nibiru.
Okay.
You go like Trite, Banish. Oh, sorry, you go Nibiru, chain like 1, Trite, chain like 2. You can discard the Nibiru. So like it'll store resolve, destroying everything, it'll still draw a card. It's kind of like the furniture interaction where you like you like store.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a solid version of Mermail. Obviously, well played, well piloted, well done. Congratulations. It does kind of remember. I do kind of this. It does remind me how scary the Mermail deck is that it won this YCS. Okay, so there is some stuff happening in the TCG that is definitely interesting. I do think it's an interesting format, despite Ryzeal and Malice obviously being the top 2 decks by far. There's some creativity. There's some other decks doing very well, and I just wanted to showcase that a little bit. For now, that'll be it for today. I will be back with you guys for tomorrow's stream. I will send you guys over to Ben, who has started streaming very recently. He's also one of my fellow friends at Raid and Trade. So leave some love for Ben. Was playing Master Duel until a moment ago, but now is, I think, switching over to some early days collection gaming. So make sure to show Ben some love. Just started streaming, and I hope you guys enjoy your time over there. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you for your support, and I will see you guys